Hmm.
Okay, hello everyone. We are here again, being the 24th day of August 2025 and day two of our Voice of the Teachers Conference 2025. In fact, I'm so excited. If you missed yesterday, that means you really missed. Please stay tuned with us today because we have lots of our people coming in to speak. And it's quite exciting because I was there yesterday, and in fact, it was an exciting program yesterday. And I bet you that today will not be different. Okay. Rather, it might be different in a positive way. Without delay, without wasting our time, permit me to introduce the first speaker for today by name, Isioma Madidi.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And I am very excited to be handling this session. One thing I can assure you is that you won't regret this time that you have taken out to rub minds with other people from all around the world. Okay, it is 3 o'clock. All right. First things first, welcome everyone. So we are going to start with our introduction and our housekeeping. I know that we are from different parts of the world, so it would be nice you go to the chat room, the chat session, type in your name, tell us where you are connecting from. Let's network, let's connect with each other. And on our housekeeping, just a few rules to help guide us and help us have seamless transition. Firstly, for a seamless transition, please note down or type in your questions in the chat box, and we will answer them at the end of this session as time permits us. Secondly, to be a very, very interactive session, and everyone encouraged to share their answers. You could type in your answer in the chat box, or you could take on the mic and contribute to the session when the opportunity is made available. Number three is really, really important. Very important. Kindly ensure mic is muted if you're not the one speaking at the time. Fourth here, kindly note that this conference is streaming live on YouTube at Voice of Teachers as you connect with us. And please subscribe to our channel. Also, you could follow us on Voice of the Teachers. Lastly, let's connect more on my social media handles. On LinkedIn, you will find me there as Isioma Madidi. On Facebook, you will find me as Linda Isioma Madidi. On Instagram, I am official Dane Isioma. And I have one gift for each and every one of you that are in this session. Sharing my teaching app. It's one of the apps I use to make it easy for me in this. Okay, so I have some introductions here. Welcome, Nama from Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome, Enugu. Well, more people are going to join as they join. We'll keep introducing. And I'll also
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Since our speaker today is maybe struggling with network, we hope she comes in and get on back again. But in the meantime, I would ask that we type in our names and put a shout out to where we're coming from. Miss
All right.
Madidi, are you ready? All right.
Yes, I'm here. Can you people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, welcome everyone. In the chat box, I've sent in housekeeping rules to help us for a seamless transition. Okay, right now, please keep introducing yourself in the comment section. From time to time, we'll welcome everyone as we keep joining. I will be sharing my slides now. All right, preparing for the AI-driven job markets, the role of AI in education. My name is Madidi Isioma Jane. Just a quick profile review of who you will be listening to today.
Could you increase your volume so we can hear it?
Good day, everyone. I'm Olutunde from Abuja.
All right, thank you. That was just a brief introduction of myself. Now, here is our first task for today. I call it my icebreaker. Imagine it's the year 2040. What's a funny, surprising, or thought-provoking news headline about a job in AI-driven world you can think of? Please send in your answer, and if you have your answer already, you can unmute yourself and give us. I'll go with my example. I have some examples here. Remember, it's an interactive section. Please, let's contribute. My first example here says, first lawyer robot wins court case against human lawyer. Or AI teacher wins teacher of the year for teaching humans how to switch off their phones. Please, I want to see your future headline, your future job headlines in the chat. You can unmute yourself. There is no right or wrong answer. It could be serious, it could be humorous. Anyone is fine. Yes, let's hear you. Let's hear you. I'm waiting. Please unmute yourself. Do we have any? Mr. Olatunde, do you want to help us? Any idea? Miss Daniela, welcome. Do you want to help us? Okay. Miss Norma says, no job, be a robot to get one. Wow. In fact, what an amazing future it will be. Let's get it going. We are looking at
AI will have taken all the jobs.
AI is taking all the jobs in 2040. Yes, let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. Yes, but wait. First lawyer robot wins court case against human being. That will be wonderful. I wonder how they're going to make that argument. All right. We have to move on now.
Sorry, I want to say one.
Okay.
First robot to become the president of
Oh,
of a particular country.
wow. In fact, I'm already having a visual picture of it, how it's going to be. Okay. Well done, everyone. I have a video for us to watch here.
China just held the world's first ever humanoid robot games. Over 500 robots from 16 countries competed in 26 events, starting from football and kung fu to boxing, dancing, and even cleaning. One robot ran a 1,500-meter race in 6 minutes 29 seconds. That's double the human world record. The event was a success in Beijing at an Olympic stadium, with tickets costing up to $80. Would you watch the Robot Olympics every year?
All right. Can you imagine? We are talking about preparing for the AI-driven world. However, it will surprise you to know that this is already happening. The video you just watched was posted in 2022. This is 2025 we're talking about. Permit me to read this out to you. The first World Humanoid Robot Games have concluded in Beijing with more than 500 androids alternating between jerky tumbles and glimpses of real power as they took part in events ranging from the 100 meters, 109-yard hurdle to Kung Fu. 280 robotic teams from 16 countries competed at the Chinese capital's National Speed Skating Oval, built for the 2022 Winter Olympics. Events included traditional sports such as athletics and basketball, as well as practical tasks such as medicine categorization and cleaning. Now, this is what Shen thinks. Shen at the time was 18-year-old. He says he believes in the next 10 years or so, robots will be basically at the same level as humans. Are we seeing that already? What are we doing about it? That is part of the reason we are having this conversation today, because we are not going to let robots take our jobs or take what we're meant to be doing, but we are going to find a way to remain relevant and work with this artificial intelligence we are talking about. When we collaborate, everyone collaborating with even artificial intelligence, we will make a very great headway. Okay, we must note that AI will create jobs we can't yet imagine, that we can't take out. And education's role is to prepare learners for those future possibilities and challenges. Now, what is the agenda we are going to be tackling today? I have 4 points here. AI's impact on job transformation, the AI-driven job market, the role of AI in education, and the essential skills we need for this future. AI, like we all know, is reshaping industries by automating tasks and creating new job categories. We talk about data analysis, we talk about artificial intelligence, ethics. All of these have emerged due to technological advancements, and we need to understand. The understanding of this is very crucial for the workforce adaptation. When we talk about these AI-driven markets, changes are happening in the world due to this AI. What kind of changes are we talking about? Automation is there. New roles are emerging every day. In fact, if you think you've learned something today, believe you me, before you wake up, something else is coming up. Developers are not sleeping. The children we have these days, they are not resting. The mind is very active and working almost all the time. We talk about the hybrid work, where we collaborate with the AI in terms of solving problems. We talk about the skills in demand. We need, just like this one we're having, some people are undergoing training already. And some people are also gaining knowledge to also help train others so that everybody will be relevant. Now let's have our first activity for today. Remember, I told you it's an interactive session. Please, I want to hear your feedback. I want to hear your answers. Type in your answers in the chat box. Our first activity for today says, can you brainstorm jobs in your subject area that might change or disappear in the next 10 to 20 years due to artificial intelligence? Can you brainstorm jobs in your subject area that might change or disappear in the next 10 to 20 years due to AI? Let's have your answers. Yes, let the answers come in. Let the answers come in. What jobs are likely to fizzle out because of the advancement in AI? Yes, please take on the mic, share your answers, take on the mic. It's an interactive session. Let's hear you, let's share, let's rub our minds and learn from each other. I'm waiting. If you don't want to take up the mic, you could type in your answer in the chat box. Okay, I think I will have to call somebody. Yes. Oh, accounting. Thank you, Elijah. You think accounting? Okay. Yes, Elijah thinks accounting will fizzle out, say 10 to 20 years from now because of the advancement of AI. Let's get some more. Please, you can unmute yourself and give us an answer. Thank you, Elijah. Melvina says, English teacher receptionist. Wow. Daniela says, creative writing course of chat AI. Wow. I like these answers. Norma says, routine administrative roles, data entry clerks, payroll assistants. Wow, these people want to take our job. Why are we going to allow AI take our job? So we are here. We must be relevant in this. Okay, yes, let's get more answers. More answers. Yes. Please unmute yourself, and if you want to talk, please. Okay, thank you. So I have here, because this particular session is not for educators only, in general, call center agents are likely to fizzle out in the nearest 10 to 20 years because already AI has replaced some of these call agents. I'm sure we all have a WhatsApp. If you look at your WhatsApp surface, you will see Meta AI. It's there. It's chatting with you. Talk about Instagram, talk about your LinkedIn. They're everywhere. If you go to a country that you don't know how to speak their language or you don't understand their language, there is Google Translate there to help you translate this. So these are some of the things that AI will fizzle out for us. Call center agents, translators for basic language pairs, clerical or admin jobs, just like Norma said, drivers. Guess what? In China, they already have robots driving cars there. What happens to the humans that are supposed to be driving the vehicles? And research has shown that they are even they are already working on driverless cars. It's already here. United States is working. Japan is working. In education, traditional exam markers or graders are fizzling out. Curriculum content creators, administrative teaching roles. Their AI is working, like people are using artificial intelligence to make this work better and smarter. Tutors for basic skills. I was researching and I found out that just 3 weeks ago, ChatGPT has launched study mode for AI study mode. What happens to tutors? We have to make sure we remain relevant and keep. In maths, we have the entry-level data analysts, basic accounts and bookkeeping, actuarial assistants. These are some of the jobs that are going to fizzle out if we're not careful in the next 10 to 20 years. In science, we have lab technicians. That's talking about the basic testing and analysis. Automation is doing that job for us now. Pharmacy assistants, customer support roles in STEM industries. We have our chatbots, like I mentioned earlier, AI assistants handling troubleshooting, reducing human demands. But then, are we going to allow AI do these jobs alone? We must find a way. We must dissect. We must explore. We must discover different ways we have to remain relevant in this AI-driven world. So we are going to rub our minds together and also find ways we will solve this problem. It's not a problem actually, because it has lots of advantages. I mean, I am a sole benefactor of this AI we're talking about. In the course of the session, I will show you some other things I've used AI to do to make my life and my work very, very easy. Now, I'm talking about AI in education. Exploring AI is already being used in schools and its potential to prepare students for the future. Lots of schools now use personalized learning. AI platforms adapt content to students' pace and levels. We have math program. I use one. It's called my math. My iMath. Thank you. It's called my iMath. It's wonderful. I use quizzes. I use hit the button. They make life very easy. We also have them in different subjects. We use AI for assessment and feedback, for administrative support, for accessibility in education. So AI has come to stay, and we need to find a way to harness this and make ourselves relevant. So here is our next task. Discussion question. How can these tools support and not replace good teaching practice? How can we use these different AI tools to support our teaching practice such that it is not replacing us? Please, I need your answers. Type in your answers in the comment section, unmute yourself and give your answers. Thank you. Yes, let the answers roll in. Let the answers roll in. How can these tools help us in this world such that they are not replacing us? We are using these tools hand in hand with this AI we're talking about. Please send in your answers. Can we unmute ourselves if we can and give our feedback?
AI could be used to prepare slides that we can also use for presentation in the classroom teaching.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that answer. And that is very, very correct. Yes, let's get more answers to this. Okay, Nena says in research and bringing our creativity to life. Thank you so much. That's accurate. She also says For personalization at scale, AI can analyze student progress and recommend resources suited to each learner. But the teacher, oh, thank you, Nena, but the teacher still interprets those insights, motivate, and adapt in real time. That's correct. Now that is where we human beings are coming in. Oh, okay, sorry, that's Norma. Sorry, that was Norma's answer. Thank you. Thank you, Norma. Norma says personalization at scale. AI can analyze students' progress and recommend resources suited to each learner. But the teacher has to interpret those insights, motivate, and adapt in real time. That's accurate. I so agree with you, Norma. Thank you. Yes, let's get more answers. Let's get more answers. Let's share. Let's share. Yes. Okay. Chekube, thank you for joining us. Do you want to share how can we use these tools to support good teaching practice such that AI is not replacing us? Yes, Vivian. Yes, Ken. I have Festus, I have iTherapy World, I have D, I have Blessing, I have Cynthia. Yes, Mr. Luke, I have Ayodele. Let's share, let's share.
AI could be used to analyze the data we gather from the classroom so that we'll be able to get enough analysis concerning each learner, and then we'll be able to do our feedback, give our feedback to their parents, and again, to be able to ensure that the home and the school cooperate together for the betterment of the learner.
Thank you very much. Blessing says AI can handle repetitive tasks like grading multiple choice quizzes, generating lesson outlines, or taking attendance. That is very, very true. I'm sure we're already getting ideas on how we are going to come in to work hand in hand with these artificial intelligence tools that we're talking about. So over here, I have some that I can add, just like someone has mentioned, personalized learning, time-saving routine tasks. That's talking about automating grades on quizzes, your reports. AI, we can also use these tools for data-driven insights. I mean, the machine is not going to key in the information by itself. It needs human being. So also we have accessibility and inclusion, enhancing, not replacing creativity, professional development. These are ways that we can use these tools to support our teaching practice, and it will not replace us. Neither are we replacing the AI or the AI tools, but we are working hand in hand with these tools to make our lives seamless as we remain relevant in this world that we are seeing ourselves in. Here is our next question. How can one remain relevant in an AI-driven world, say in the next 10 to 20 years? How can we remain relevant? Let's hear your answers, share your ideas. You can unmute yourself and give us what you think, how we can remain relevant in this AI-driven world. Remember, China is already doing amazing. Japan is doing amazing. United States is doing amazing. There are other countries too. How can we remain relevant such that AI will not take on all our jobs or render us inefficient? Yes, let's hear you. Let's hear you.
The first step is to accept the reality on ground, then taking it from there, then ensure that you go into professional development, attend courses and training so that you'll be able to effectively use AI to support whatever you are doing.
Thank you so much. That is wonderful. That is a great response. Thank you very much. Norma says we need to keep upgrading ourselves. In fact, that is 100% accurate. We need to keep upgrading ourselves. Yes, let's hear more. Let's hear more. Yes.
I would like to say something.
Okay.
So before I answer this question too, can I just, because it's like it's related to your question one, okay?
Okay.
So my question is actually based on our country, Nigeria, okay? So I'm asking this question. The question one, can we really tell ourselves the truth that even if, many other countries are, pointing out about AI replacing teachers. I've thought about it. Can AI really replace teachers in Nigeria? Let's not talk about Abuja. Let's not talk about Lagos. Let's go back to the states that we hardly mention. States like Ekiti State, states like Imo State, states like, let's talk about these states that are not like cities like Abuja, Port Harcourt, Lagos. Can AI truly, where in the next 10 years, can AI truly replace teachers in these states? Can it really replace it? Have they really actually, can we really say that they have really started using AI, to the place where we are now? Or to the place where the world is now? Can we really say that? So, when we talk about AI replacing teachers, especially me as a Nigerian, I keep asking myself, will it really replace teachers in my country? Okay. So I guess if we're also thinking along that side, because I know most of us here are teachers in Abuja, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, let's also take ourselves back, to those schools, in our rural areas. Because think about it, in most schools in abroad, in fact, sometimes when you even call a particular place a village in abroad, you are like, really, is this place village? I could remember seeing one place and they're like, this place is a village. And I'm like, wow, in my head, I didn't want to talk. I was like, wow, I can compare this place to Port Harcourt, So I think maybe, I don't know if anybody, maybe this should be my question. I don't know if anybody has given this a thought. Okay. If anybody
Right.
has given this a thought, can we really also talk about it and see where this, because I can remember the last yesterday's speaker that spoke said something about this, and also one of the audience even mentioned it, that trying to talk about governments coming in to actually help in this aspect of spreading the AI work and the marvelous things AI can do for us in the future for our students, and our kids. So my real question is this: in the next 10 years, can AI truly, replace teachers? If the teachers in Nigeria, if our teachers in the rural areas are like, man, I don't have money to acquire all these things. Yes, I'll be where I am, because if you don't have money to do it, there's nothing like update yourself, upgrade yourself. I'm just thinking, I just want to know if I'm the only one that has thought about this,
All
So
Yeah,
right.
if
Thank
I can, if I can respond to what you just said, we are not actually saying that AI will definitely replace teachers. Like Mrs. Sema just spoke about, that if we have data, it is human beings that will key in the data before AI will even analyze in the first instance. And then responding to issues like maybe in the rural areas where we know the infrastructures are not there, but the society is evolving. That's why she's not talking about today. She's talking about in 10, 20 years' time. Somebody may become the governor of Ekiti State, Imo State, for example, and maybe someone that is tech savvy. And he definitely goes ahead to revolutionize all the systems and provide infrastructure. We'll still be using it. It's not actually going to replace human, but they are going to actually assist in enhancing our functionality and performances in the area of dispensing our dexterity. Thank you.
okay, thank you so much, sir. I really like it that you replied with this. Okay, so yes, from what you said, I'm not really saying replacing humans. Yes, but what I'm saying is, okay, imagine when we talk about this, we are talking about if we have 20 teachers doing a particular job, AI can limit it that one person. Using your example, data analysis, one person can do that data analysis, like the other rest, they have lost their job. I hope we're together on this, right? Okay, however, I guess, of course, you also throw light in what on what I've thought about, and I believe some people might have thought about it, and it's always good for us in this kind of gathering that we are trying to share this together. Okay, from your answer, yes, I also accept what you just gave. Okay, but
All
it's
right.
just for us to
I'm
also.
sorry,
Mhm.
V. Sorry, I will have to cut in here because um remember we are supposed to ask our questions at the end of the session, but it's fine. No knowledge is a waste. I see some hands up. Ayodele and Norma want to say something on this particular question that you've asked. So I'll just give each and every both of you one minute to contribute to this as we continue to unravel the other part of this discussion. Thank you. Ayodele, do you want to start? Yes, Ayodele, you need to unmute yourself. Okay.
Hello, I just want to react to what the other person said earlier.
Okay.
The thing is, even in states that she made reference to, some of them are already even improving technologically when it comes to um, incorporating AI in their teaching and learning process. For example, I know of Osun State. Some time ago, there was a governor then that actually brought the idea of using tablets. The governor incorporated that idea of using tablets in their schools. So the thing is, it's not a matter of okay, you only have Lagos, we only have Port Harcourt. As Lagos is evolving technologically, incorporating AI into their teaching and learning process, other states too are also doing that. So the discussion is about, for us as educators, to really not be left behind, for us to actually move ahead, move along as trend is evolving and all that, as AI is evolving too, so that we not stay jobless and all that. We also need to move with the train as well.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you so much, Ayodele, for this contribution. Thank you very, very much. All right, can we hear Norma? Norma, I saw your hand up. Let's hear you. Please unmute
Yeah,
yourself.
I think they have basically said what I wanted to say. So first of all, it's important to note that although not every state is where we want them to be, but I think that if everything is put in place, in no time, things will shape up. I give you an example. So I watched a video online about Abia State, and I was blown away. So if this could be done in just 1 year, imagine if every governor, if every minister decides and takes education seriously, there will be a total transformation. I believe so, and I know that everybody in Nigeria, even a child, every child, you don't even have to give them your phone. They're already manipulating the phone. So all we need to do is to make sure that they have these devices, and then it will in less than it would happen. And I know, and I think that the trick for all of this is we, the educators, we must be on our toes. We must be reading. We must be resourceful. The only thing that AI has that we don't have is emotion. So we must learn to use this advantage that we have over them. Because in terms of knowledge, oh, they super us, they will flaw us. But we need to use the only advantage. Maybe there is more. But one of the ones I think we have that they don't have is emotions. So using that, then we can balance out, and then this world will have no place for. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. What an amazing contribution. I told you that we are here, that I told you that you're going to get value for your time. You're not going to regret joining this session. Okay, some answers came in the chat while contributions were coming in. Blessing Michael says, we need to invest in emotional intelligence, communication, and relationship building skills, just like Norma also said. Vivian Asebu says, embracing lifelong learning, which is true. Well, I love these answers that are coming in. Okay, so I have my answers for question 2 too, and it's not far from what you people have said. So how can we remain relevant in an AI-driven world, say in the next 10 to 20 years? In summary, to remain relevant, we need to build skills that amplify AI rather than compete with it. We need to strengthen the human qualities AI cannot replicate. And we need to stay adaptable and curious. That is just a summary of what you people have just said. Think of AI as your assistant, not your replacement. V, I hope this also answers the question, part of the question that you asked. So AI is your assistant, not your replacement. AI cannot replace teachers completely because there are things that AI cannot do. Let's talk about it in detail. AI can. We need to double down on human-centered skills. What are we referring to? AI will excel at data processing, prediction, and repetitive tasks. But humans will remain vital in areas requiring empathy, creativity, and complex judgment. AI will not do that. It can't do that. It doesn't have that functionality. AI will not do emotional intelligence. That is what the human part will now do, emotional intelligence and empathy. Talk about leading, coaching, counseling, caregiving, customer relationship. If a child is solving maths and the child is crying, AI will not say stop crying. No, it doesn't have that capacity. It's a human that's working with that AI tool that will now do that for that child. Creativity and storytelling, designing solutions, writing, teaching, innovating, art, branding. It's the human that will sit down and do this, and now give maybe puppets in the AI tool that he or she is using, and ask it to edit. Or even when the AI tool you are using, when it creates one for you, you won't just carry it like that. You have to look at it, you have to edit, you have to check that, okay, it's giving you what you actually want. It is humans that will do that, not just AI. So AI is not taking your place completely. AI is an assistant. Critical thinking and problem solving. Humans will be the ones to interpret context, weigh values, make ethical decisions. Also, in terms of developing AI collaboration skill, AI is less of a competitor and more of a tool. Those who can use AI effectively, we have an advantage, bringing us back to how we can remain relevant in this AI-driven world. We need to learn how to prompt and query AI. Yes, there are people in the rural areas that are not able to do this, but what about the people that can do it? We take it to them, we teach them. That is those are part of the jobs AI is creating for us, new jobs, AI trainers. Imagine we go to the rural area, we train them, the government gives us a token. Job has been created, problem solved, money in the pocket. So we also need to understand how to evaluate AI output. Like I said, AI will not do everything. Even when AI generates slides for you and all of those, you need to check, you need to spot errors, spot gaps, and all of those. We need to, humans also need to check the AI tools, blend human insights with machine efficiency to produce high quality outcomes. Other ways we can remain relevant in this AI-driven world is for us to stay technologically literate. We cannot overemphasize it. I'm sorry to say, yes, governments have their part to play. School owners have their part to play. You as an individual have your part to play. It is called continuous development. What you learned yesterday, there is every chance, there is every possibility that if you wake up tomorrow, something has changed. The world keeps evolving every minute. I just told you that 3 weeks ago, GPT released a study mood AI. 4 weeks ago, it wasn't there. Believe you me, tomorrow we will hear something else. They are building robots. So you need to keep improving yourself. You need to keep staying technologically literate. Learn about softwares, research, go on YouTube, go on LinkedIn, go on different social media. You will see people talking about it. You will see people making videos. You will see people showing you. Just remain up to date. Invest in adaptability. The only certain thing is change. Stay curious, be flexible, and be willing to retrain. Move from a career path mindset to a skills portfolio mindset. Don't say because I'm a teacher or because I'm a receptionist, it's not my business. No. Move from career path mindset to a skills portfolio mindset. Be ready to pivot as industry evolves. These are part of how we can remain relevant in this AI-driven world. Work in human AI partnerships, prioritize ethical and societal roles, learning how to learn meta learning, complex problem solving, interdisciplinary thinking, collaboration and leadership, communication and persuasion. These are things that will help us remain relevant in this AI-driven world we are talking about. Now, some of the skills for the future: problem solving. So this is essential for innovative solutions. Data analysis, crucial for informed decision-making. Adaptability, key to thriving in dynamic environments. Collaboration enhances team effectiveness in projects. So our key takeaway: AI handles routine, repetitive, and data-heavy tasks, but teachers and humans remain irreplaceable for inspiration, empathy, values, and higher order thinking. Remember, AI is not replacing us. AI is an assistant, and we have to work with it to make our lives easier, and it will also help us work smarter. Teachers are the primary users of AI in education, and they're expected to be the designers and facilitators of student learning with AI. The guidance of safe and ethical practice across AI-rich educational environments, and to act as role models for lifelong learning about AI. Now, to assume these responsibilities, teachers need to be supported to develop their capabilities to leverage the potential benefits of AI while mitigating its risks in education setting and wider society. This is from AI Competency Framework for Teachers, UNESCO 2024. It was one of the trainings that I did. Remember, for you to remain relevant in this world, you have to keep updating yourself. There are free CPDs you can actually enroll in, and you learn more on how to remain relevant here. Okay, so I'm actually rounding up. I have this reflection question for each and every one of us. Thank you so much for joining in. But here is our reflection question. How do you think? Now, this is a personal question to you. How do you think AI will impact your current or future role in education or your field? And what steps can you take to prepare for these changes? Secondly, what skills or competencies do you think are most important for learners to develop in order to succeed in an AI-driven job market? Please, if you can, when you watch this video on YouTube, or if you can have a screen grab of it, it would be nice you write this out and keep it. Look at it every day. It will help you remember. It will help you re-strategize. It will help you keep finding different ways to remain relevant, because looking at this from time to time will keep you alert. And in conclusion, AI is reshaping job market and roles. We can't undermine that. But continuous learning is vital for adaptation. Collaboration among stakeholders is essential. Ethical consideration must guide our AI use. Engagement with AI tools prepares us all for future careers. All right. And thank you. This is my social media handle. You can join me on LinkedIn, Isioma Madidi. Facebook is linda isioma.madidi. Instagram, I am official.JaneIsioma, and I have this last one. Thank you everyone for joining me. The last one is my gift to each and every one of you that joined in. Is one of the apps I use to enjoy my AI. It's called Teachy app, and this is my login. So I'll be sharing it. I'm going to share it again in the chat box. Let me show you. Let me show you how this Teachy app works. Sorry, I have to stop sharing this particular slide. Just a minute. Okay, I'm here. Just a minute, please. I need to open that particular one.
Okay, no problem. As Isioma is trying to get what she has for us, okay, we can still talk about what she has taught us so far. And thank you so much, Isioma, for all the contributions, all your teachings today. We will have learned one or two things, and even from the chat room, we had a lot of contributions. All right, Isioma is already ready.
Oh, now thank you. This is the app I shared the code in the chat. It's called Teachy app. Now this is my own account. What have I been able to do with this? I'm in my resources, and you don't want to just have one particular PowerPoint presentation. I use this particular app to create my slides. These are some of the slides I've created. AI in education, discovering Axted, food, clothes, and goods. That was one topic I did. It was a project. So you can see, having this AI is my assistant, is not taking my place. When it develops it for me, I look at it and I edit it to my taste. So AI will not take our place, but we have to work hand in hand with AI and make the best of it. Always remember, AI is an assistant. It's not going to take your place, but you have to remain relevant. You have to keep upgrading. You have to keep researching. Make sure you keep yourself up to date. Learn different things. Be tech savvy. Upgrade yourself continuously. Thank you so much. Okay, I have some answers in the chat. Melvina says, for Vivian's question, it is for government. Vivian asks, can AI truly replace teachers, especially in the rural, those states that are still upcoming, some states in the east? So Melvina is saying, it is for government to work on technological infrastructure, partnerships with private sectors, and getting grants to train and retrain the teachers. Part of what we're doing now, everybody will try as much as possible to carry everyone along. Sorry, Suwe, I don't know if I pronounced it properly. Suwe says it basically points to the stark reality of education inequity in our society. Truth is, even as we speak about Abuja and Lagos, there are schools sourcing for chalk and other traditional school wear right there in those states. The onus most times falls back on the educator to adapt and prompt change if they are in such locations via innovative teaching approaches. The thing is, government will not do everything for you. Even your school will not do everything for you. You also need to take responsibility and equip yourself, train yourself. There are free things there. There are free apps. This teaching app I showed you is free and it's helping me. So let's not just depend on government. Yes, government have their part to play. School owners have their part to play, but you also have your part to play. Everyone have their part to play. So now part of our task as educators, those of us that are exposed, why don't we take it to those areas and also teach them, train them? AI is creating new jobs for us. You're on holiday, travel down, create seminars, create conferences. All right, my time is almost up. I thought I would be able to handle this class in 40 minutes, but it's more than 40 minutes now, and I'm sure you don't want to leave the place. Thank you so, so much. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. I do not take this lightly, and I'm sure my fellow
Please,
facilitators.
Madid, sorry, two people from the chat room, they are asking if you could share the link again for them to see. Maybe they want to just take notes.
Is it the teaching?
The app, yes, the teaching app.
Okay. All right. Please, you can also connect with me on my social media handles. Ask me any question you want to ask. Let's connect. Let's network. Let's go into the world and we keep educating other people. Everyone must be carried along. Robots will not take our place. AI will not take our place. Instead, they are going to serve as assistants that they are, and we are going to work hand in hand to make our work easy, make our work smart, and get the best of it. Thank you, everyone. I am very grateful, and thank you. You are my very, very important guests and personalities. Please let it not stop here. Let's keep improving on ourselves so that we will continue to remain relevant in this AI-driven world, because AI has come to stay. Thank you. V, I'm done.
Yeah, I think you should introduce the next person, but I don't know if Mr. Peter, are you here?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Namse.
I guess his network is fluctuating.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Namse Udosen, and I'm trying to share my presentation right now. So let me share. Let me see. I hope my screen is on the right place. Let me see. Okay. It's not working. One minute, please. Okay. Okay, I'll have to convert it to PDF. Ouch. Okay. Just hold on a minute. Let me convert to PDF and then share the screen.
Okay, as we are waiting for Mr. Peter, anyone that has anything can actually share with us concerning AI, what we are talking about, maybe your thoughts, maybe your experience so far, maybe in the next 10 years where you think will be, what we are doing right, what the government is doing right, what the proprietors are doing right. Let's just, engage ourselves as we wait for Peter. Oh, yes. I can see some people are sending messages to the chat room. Vivian Asiebe, I agree with you. Well done, Isioma. Very well. Melvina is saying, yes, Isioma, we are appreciating your presentation. You really brought the future close. Great job. Please keep typing if you don't want to unmute yourself, Very excited to hear from Peter. Oh, Peter, many people are also waiting for you. They can't wait to hear from you, Peter. So because we are still live, I would just want us to keep, discussing until Peter is ready for us. I wouldn't want to just, stop everything. So you can type if you don't want to take up or mute yourself. You can really type so I can read it out for everyone. Why I'm saying this is because some people are also, watching from YouTube, from Facebook. So you can actually we can actually engage ourselves here as we wait for Peter. All right.
Well, I
Okay.
have a reservation for the wholesome use of AI in everything that we are doing, especially in the education sector.
Okay,
Now
sir.
we are trying to bring our children up in 21st century skills like critical thinking. But once we turn AI to become a thinker in quotes for us now, we teachers, are we actually going to be critically thinking as we ought to be? Because you can easily go back, instead of us to think through of certain things or concepts, we just go back to AI and then begin to ask AI the questions and begin to give it to us. Will this not actually affect our productivity in the long run, even our own relevance as teachers in the long run?
Wow, thank you. This is Olutunde. I'm correct, right?
Yes, you are very correct.
All right, thank you so much. Do you know that this is your question? Had even you were here yesterday, the first speaker, the first speaker did justice to this because she even told us, she gave us even a site, where you can even check the students' work and see how they did, whether they just depended only on AI. She said a lot. She also tried to encourage teachers, how we must try our best to keep encouraging these kids because we are really directing them, we are guiding them. So we are not going to let them know that, you just have to depend on AI. Like somebody told us here that AI, the difference between us and AI is actually emotions. AI doesn't have that. Okay. So, however, that means we have something higher than AI. And of course, for me, we have souls. AI doesn't have soul. And I think because we have soul, then we have the emotions. But from what you said yesterday, we got a lot. We learned a lot from the first speaker. So I guess I can summarize one or two things she said, which of course I've started saying. So it's the speaker actually said that it still goes back to we teachers, because these students, we're trying to groom them, we're trying to direct them, we're trying to guide them. So we need to let them know that they shouldn't just depend on AI work because AI make mistakes too. Okay, it's somebody that did all those coding, did everything for AI to take it up and then be answering any other thing that we want to get from the feedbacks. So she told us that she actually encouraged students to use AI. But like today also, Isioma told us we have to be in partnership with AI, not AI replacing us. Okay, so yeah, I guess you are in order without question. And believe you me, most teachers, is an easy way out. So they just push everything to AI without even looking at it. I can remember one day there was this circulation on social media about somebody. I think the person is an influential person. She posted something. Behold, she forgot, how AI will ask you, do you want me to do the next or whatever? So she posted it with it, and trust people on social media. They really, they took it up, yes, they messed her up that day. So you can imagine. So it's still, it boils down to what you are saying. Yes, we are going to use AI, but then don't make it that AI is, is what, is giving you everything. You have to also look into what AI, in fact, AI should be a helper. When we say, when we ask somebody, help me this, it's not you're not leaving everything for that person. The person is just assisting you to do one or two things. Then you take it up there and reframe everything, edit everything as you want it. You get. So I guess I think I've answered that question. So we can actually also go back to our YouTube and listen to yesterday's person, yesterday's speaker, the first speaker. This was actually what she based on. This was what she dwelt on, trying to make everybody understand, especially teachers. The ball is actually on our court. So I guess I've answered your question and other people that have it in mind.
And in addition to what V has said, for those of us that use ChatGPT, if you look at the bottom of your screen, it's written ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info. Meaning that even though you are using these tools, it is still expected that you go through them. It's called second eye, giving it a second look. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in other words, teachers also should be the master of their own subject. Because if you just go to AI and begin to download and begin to do everything, even some teachers, maybe about 5 minutes of your lesson period, just go to ChatGPT, download one Kangaroo lesson plan, enter the class. And if there are mistakes, you may not really have the time to check it. I teach economics, and I have seen a lot of errors in whatever result, especially when we're preparing students for JAMB. This just concluded JAMB exam, and we realize that some of the answers that ChatGPT will give to these students are also wrong. So we teachers, we must be on top of our games to ensure that we really master it, not depending solely on AI. Thank you very much.
Hi, B, please, can you accept Peter back?
I can't. Can he rejoin?
Yes, he said he's in the waiting room.
I can't see him there. Just tell him to re-click.
All right. I think we can continue with the conversation. There are more chats on the chat box. Why I will wait for him to join.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm just seeing it. Okay. Yeah, someone said schools can now build AI-powered chatbots that let students and teachers instantly query internal learning materials. This is going to transform classrooms into interactive knowledge hubs. Building such systems will reduce the vulgarness of some queries that open sources AI will be prone to. That's a good one. And this was given to us by Isaac. Thank you, Isaac.
Okay, I think Peter is here.
Hello, yeah, sorry about the technical glitch. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm in a remote location. So, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Peter. You're welcome back.
Yeah, I'll be presenting on AI and the digital divide, ensuring equitable learning for all. Yeah, so the crux of this conversation is based on I know many people have been asking this question, especially in the last two presentations about um, rural teachers, uh, urban teachers, teachers in Africa, teachers in Europe, and the rest. So that's going to be my focus. I guess every other person has spoken about the importance and the beauty of AI, so I don't need to start reinforcing all of that. Um, so straight to the point, setting the context. So context matters in everything we do. And as for me, as a post-structuralist scholar, I'm always very particular about context. No, I don't believe in universality because sometimes when we use terms, we don't look at how it affects different contexts. And as someone who has worked with teachers in Asia, in Europe, in America, and a different context requires different solutions. So technology should bridge divides and not deepen them. And when I say technology, it's not just AI, but technology as a whole. So sometimes when we talk of technology, there's always this um, conceptual understanding of technology as something that has to do with digital things, with computers, and we have some very fantastic ideas. But let's come back down to earth on what technology. Technology is basically anything that is created to make work easier. No, so sometimes we don't need to go too far to see technology. As someone who does community education in rural areas, there's a lot of technology being used, but because it doesn't fit into our mold of what we see on TV, maybe flying cars, remote control robot, and those are ideas of technology. So when you see a kid, like I saw a kid the other day using a magnet attached to a stick to pick out metal scraps from the gutter, and he brought it out. He was using a makeshift kind of hammer with a stone and a stick to hammer those things together, and he was using those metals to make um, farm equipment that they were using to do farm, and the other people were doing quarry. They were breaking stones, so they used those. They were able to create some kind of metal um, containers to pack those stones and everything, and that is technology. So technology should bridge gaps to help bring communities together. Um, we're going to be looking at the global push for AI in education. Who is driving it? Why are they driving it? Whose content matters? And then finally, but who is left behind? When we're looking at technology, who's left behind and why are those people left behind? So those are the contexts we're looking at. So the promise of AI in education, number one, so we have personalized learning, very good. So sometimes there's always this idea of everybody learning at the same pace, everybody doing everything in one fashion, in one way and manner, and that becomes a danger. As teachers, sometimes you have a class of 20 children, you want all of them to spell at the same rate, you want all of them to draw. You don't realize that some of them are going to be very good with their hands at making things. Some of them are going to be very good artistically. Some of them are going to be very good with mathematics. Some are going to be very good with language, with writing, creative writing. So they're going to be very, very good orators. We have students who are orators. When it comes to writing, they don't have that aptitude. So I think that's the first from that fundamental background where we're giving singular tests to all students. We're not giving personalized learning, in our traditional schools. That's where when we come to AI, we should also not allow that same mentality come in. And then we have automated assessment. So which assessments are done automatically. Like in some schools now where once you sign up for a course, you do it, but immediately there you get your you're assessed immediately, and it comes out based on what they're looking for and what you claim to offer. It just assesses you automatically. There's no human being is going to come and start asking you questions. It just brings out things that it wants, and then it assesses you. And then predictive analytics. So AI would be able to predict test scores, would be able to predict results, would be able to predict learning outcomes, and analyze it. Okay, Isoma did well in mathematics because her left brain is this, her right brain is this, and then you analyze the prospect for her attitude or her behavior in other um, subjects. And then we have expanding access to resources. And yesterday we spoke about that, expanding access to resources. And I gave a personal example of how we're talking of equity. So in areas where they don't have textbooks and they don't have reading materials, we're going to use AI to generate resources, worksheets, posters, and the rest, and then share them to the resources without waiting for people to go and buy the textbooks, without waiting for um, government to supply those things. So with AI, we'll be able to go to those areas, generate those things, and print them out and give them. So that's the promise that AI has to ensure equity in education. But then there is the question of the divide digital divide in education, and it has come up severally today, where we have areas that have electricity, have everything. Then we have rural areas that don't have all those things. So this divide comes at different levels. Like Judy Butler put it, we have intersectionalities of the divide. So we have the access gap in terms of devices, internet, and electricity. So we know that devices are very expensive. Devices are not produced locally. The production of the devices are produced by a particular part of the world. Internet too is also controlled by a particular part of the world. And then electricity is not evenly spread out in any country. So that divide comes in. So how do we use all these tools when we have this problem? And then we have the skills gap, the old school versus the new school. I think that has been the conversation throughout our throughout this workshop. The digital literacy. So we have the digital natives, the young ones, Gen Zs, who want to see a phone, they can just operate everything at once. And then we have the teachers. We have professors of mathematics, professors of science, biology, physics, who are very knowledgeable on subject matter. But then there's the digital illiteracy part. They cannot, use these devices. So how do we carry them along? And then we have content gap, very, very important. We're talking about equitable distribution, content gap. Every time I try to prompt AI for images or for something, you'd always see there's a bias for a European-looking model. If I ask you to give me a picture of a boy going to school this morning, next thing it shows you a white kid with a white mother somewhere in Europe. It reinforces that Western hegemony that was even there in the physical textbooks. So that problem was there because that's one of the areas of my research where we look at textbooks have been used to reinforce Western hegemony, Western knowledges, Western attitudes towards education and development, and it has become a problem. So we need to also look at this AI and say, okay, how do we, like Beatrice Spivak could say, how do we get the subalterns' voices to be heard? How do we get the voice of that little boy in Obiakpo, that little boy in Giwa, that little girl in Kufa Kaura? No, how do you get their voices to be heard? How do you find their representation? No, sometimes we have the city boys representation, and those in the other areas, their voices are not heard. So AI should be able to bridge that gap and create localized materials that are relevant to the context of learners in different communities. And then we have the equity gap. The equity gap is still similar to the context gap. So we have marginalized groups, and there's an intersectionality of marginalization from race to gender to physical ability, ethnicity, depends on where you are. So marginalized groups in Sokoto may not be the same marginalized groups in Kaduna, not be the same in Abia, will not be the same in Lagos. So we have to look at these layers of marginalization. In some places, girls may be marginalized. In some places, like for those in Europe, might be a black person becomes marginalized. In some places, because of a religion, you're marginalized. In some places, before that you're an adult, you're marginalized. So yes, we have like we that work in community might have a boy that is 15 years old, never been to school, is now wants to learn how to read and write, is coming in, and then our resources and our teaching methods are catered for 4 or 5 year old children. And that 15-year-old boy is already cut out already. He's marginalized from our teaching pedagogy because at 15, forget if I carry, but at 15 years, he has a level of maturity, and then he becomes marginalized. So in applied AI, we should look at all these factors and use AI to enhance and bridge the gap rather than breaking it and reinforcing it. So what are the risks? What are the risks of unequal AI adoption? It reinforces inequalities, and that's why, like the person asked a question the other day, that she doesn't think that when she mentioned places like Abuja and Lagos that AI cannot replace charges on places, and that's correct because you will use AI to marginalize them. They already feel marginalized, and Michael Foucault would say, where there is marginalization, there's oppression, there's bound to be resistance. So when you bring inequalities, people will resist and say, okay, carry your thing and go now. We're not doing. We'll do it our own way. No. So it reinforces inequalities between genders, between rich and poor, between rural and urban, between the West, the global North and the global South. And there are several inequalities that have been created already, and we should be very careful about it when using AI. Algorithmic bias, very important. Some people don't hear that we're talking AI, artificial intelligence, and I don't know if anybody spoke earlier on when I was not around. Algorithms, these are like digital footprints. So algorithms are like when in the original human societies where people used to go hunting. So if you want to catch you want to catch an antelope or a bear, you follow those footprints. Those footprints guide you. Okay, um, from these footprints they made 2 days ago, it tells me that maybe the bear, the antelope would be in so corner by this time. You look at the droppings, it tells you. So that's how algorithm works. So it collates information, and now it's able to predict and give you what you want. That's why it's called artificial intelligence. It's not organic. It studies your behavioral patterns, studies your thought patterns, and is able to predict. That's why when some people are talking about empathy and stuff, I'm thinking that maybe in future, as this algorithm grows, it might be able to develop um, social and empathetic skills already. Who knows? We cannot rule it out. But if we don't prompt AI properly, it will keep giving, it will give wrong outputs. There'll be a bias for a certain kind of a certain group of people. I know there's some group of scholars in Nigeria who have been working on feeding AI with Afrocentric prompts to make it understand and not to always depict, because most times like we talk about bias, it tends to depict African content from a negative perspective, and reinforcing colonial mentalities that Africans are inferior, some of those things that we taught in biology of human species and on those things like that. So we as AI users from global south, we have to be very careful so that we don't distort the algorithms by prompting it on things that reinforces those biases. So at policy level, how do we ensure equitable learning? At policy level, we have government investments in infrastructure and curriculum, national AI strategies. So we should own it. We shouldn't always wait for someone in America or in China to tell us to bring these things up. We have to own our own homegrown policy. We have a lot of documents here that can be used to create AI to generate knowledge that will be useful to us. Public-private partnership, that has been a recurrent conversation every day. Public-private partnership, there's no need to butchers like that. And then ethical regulation. So we have to be able to develop our own set of ethics and regulations to ensure data privacy, to ensure proper representation so that maybe it doesn't depict some people in negative light, maybe women, children, some ethnic groups, some religions, some languages in a negative light. Because I don't want to talk about ethics, it goes beyond just that. It also goes into power dynamics, the power dynamics of the tech space. So those things we have to look at those areas and look for homegrown solutions. So how can we do that? By ensuring equitable learning, schools and community, in school and in the community. I'm a community man. I believe that communities are the ones that drive change. So teacher training, like what we're doing now, we should keep training teachers at their own level, within their own context, on how to use AI ethically and to ensure equitably use. Blended learning. So like when I was in England, sometimes when we talk of technology, everybody wants to use a computer, whiteboard, and the rest, smartboard. But in blended learning, we have avenues for different kinds of learning. We have there could be the whiteboard, it could be the smartboard, it could still be the chalk, it could still be those who are writing on the floor. Blending different ways that is relevant to different contexts. Somebody in a farming community does not even need too much. We're telling AI about fly. No, he wants basic things that can help him make his farming better. So let's look at their context of what they're doing. And I saw there's one of my friends in Kaduna doing something on this blended learning and this community. Let me blend two of them together. Community digital hub. So he's using AI to create a water monitoring sprinkler for farms in a community in Kaduna. He has been able to, and it's all sourced from local material. So it's not this is not something very tech. So he just programs the code into a chip, and then when he goes to the community, he uses this normal jerry cans, uses normal sticks, ropes, ties it together, and he has already created the sensors and he puts it in this he puts it there. So those people in that community now, and he has to be able to program it in Hausa language so that they can now give, and those people can now give prompts. You see, that's another thing. Sometimes we're looking at it only from an English and a Western perspective. So these guys are building stuff in Hausa language, and they can give prompts, and then he knows when to release water. So it's connected to like a dam, and it releases water to the farms at particular times of the day. And it's also programmed that when the water, like when it's raining very heavily, the thing switches off and it does not distribute water. So that's use of AI. It doesn't have to be inside the classroom. can be used within community digital hubs in local languages, because language is another form of digital divide. When every AI tool is in a Western language, so we as teachers to have to start looking at using our own languages to prompt this thing, so that we're bridging that gap. Everybody's learning in their own language and within their own context, not within another context. So if you want to start learning within a European context in Africa, then you keep on failing, you will never get it right. So we have to understand that different context matters, and the learning of learners has to fit into those contexts. And then parental engagement is very important in breaking that divide. Because parents are the baba. So if parents, like I've heard some questions, people I noticed people are scared that children becoming lazy. Is that so? I'm going to look at, but I was using terms like lazy. Those are already terms of power dynamics. Being ableist. I have tell parents that the world has moved on, just because, and the example I will often give is that just because you trekked 10 kilometers to go to school, those days there were no cars. You now see that children that are riding on cars or riding on buses, you now start calling them lazy. Those are two different times. So that is the time they are living in now. So if you want to force them to live how you were living, how you were cramming 10 times table in your head, and then I always ask that 10 times table that you crammed and put in your head, how has it helped you? Now you can have it at one touch of your hands, and then you can now start learning other skills. Now, the focus is more on application, not on just rote memorization, which used to be the order of education. Education is evolving from rote memorization, cramming timetable, cramming for periodic table, and the rest. So parents have to be engaged. Let them understand that this is the direction the world is going. So if you want the children to continue living how the type of school you went to, then they will not move ahead. They will not be relevant within their generation. So innovations closing the gap, and I've already mentioned it already. AI for local languages, offline platforms, very important. Like what that guy does in Kaduna, there's Courage, he works offline. Then the other ones for the farmers, they work offline, they don't need internet to work. He just programs it into a chip and then goes to the communities, and it's working. So we need more offline platforms because of the internet gap. Low cost AI tutors, yes. And this is where private public partnership comes in, where we invest in developing local content and local resources. I think by now we should start looking at having a 5 to 10 year plan of developing our own hardware, like it's done in most parts of Asia. No, I won't talk about AI. Most Asians don't use European standard of materials, phones, tablets, and the rest. And we used to call them China, we used to call them substandard, but it's called substandard because it doesn't fit into European model, but it fits into the Chinese, into the Asian model. It works for them. So when they develop our own stuff that works for us, not the one that works for Europe, we don't need anybody to tell us that this is not for you. If we can do it to work at our own pace, at our own context, and at our own price, then it becomes cheaper for us. Then we have Nigerian Learning Power. I don't know if you're familiar with that. The NLP is it's an offline resource created by the Federal Ministry of Education. I'm sure many people are not aware of that. It's an offline resource. You go to the nlp.ng.edu there, but I'm not sure. I'll check. The Learning Passport is a big resource of worksheets, resources for teachers that can be downloaded for free, and it works offline. You don't need to have internet to access the app. You can use it. So it's in rural areas, you can print them out and use. If you have devices, like I sometimes have devices, I project it on the laptop or on the phone for the kids, or I play them on my phone and use this Jambox to amplify the voices. We have talking books, a lot of the different types of talking books, Jolly Phonics and the rest. And then TAL, teaching at the right level. Yeah, teaching at the right level is very good because it incorporates local languages in teaching literacy. Thank you. So, what's your role as teachers? Sorry, I'm talking too much. I've forgotten that. So, please feel free to ask any question, or any clarification of anything I've said that you don't understand. So, please. And I also want your um your feedback at this point now in your role as teachers. So we're critical users of AI. I think that's what I can't remember. Someone mentioned that earlier on about critical thinking. Yes, as teachers, we have to be very critical users of AI. We have to understand that knowledge is not neutral. We have to understand that technology is not neutral. We have to be critical. We have to understand the power dynamics in knowledge creation. So, like, I think the last somebody said that how somebody used an AI generated content to spread fake information, something like that. As a teacher, you have to be critical and say, okay, no, this thing, no, hey, it doesn't work. Let me, like me, I do. So when I use AI generate stuff, I look at it, no, 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 this is not a proper, this is not the representation I'm looking for, and then I tweak it. So you have to know how to do AI prompting. It's a skill known as AI prompting, how to prompt it properly to give you what you want. And then in the area of at the back end, when you're developing it, you're critical of the knowledge you're imputing into the software. Advocate for inclusive policies, inclusion. So when we're looking at inclusion, we're not looking at gender, because most times when we talk about inclusion, we're talking of gender, inclusion and girls. No, yes, that's important, but we have to expand the concept of inclusion to intellectual inclusion, cultural inclusion in our AI policies, in our resource development policies, in our classrooms as teachers. We have cases of which have been proven, people with learning neurodiversity, people with alternative learning styles. How do we, as teachers, we have to advocate for them instead of calling them Olodo, slow learners, and the rest? No, how do we incorporate them and advocate so that these learning tools are made in such a way that it accommodates different learning style? And then student-centered pedagogy is very important. AI should be student-centered. Like when I use it, I always ask students, what do you want to do? We bring it, what colors do you like? We make it so that it's now student. And not because me, I like red, I now make everything red now for the children. Everybody must be red because I like red. It has to be student-centered. Learn from student experiences. As a teacher, I've learned a lot from my learners. So I sit down and listen to them, and I'm like, wow, I never thought about it from that perspective. Because sometimes as adults, we feel that we are the bosses. We feel we know too much. PhD, no, you have a PhD, you have three masters. Everybody has professor. Then you go into the class with your shoulders very high. But I tell you, I've taught students in rural areas, in different parts of the world, and I've listened to them and I learn a lot, and I get shocked when they tell me something. I'm like, oh my God, I never thought of it from that perspective. So we should always look at the students' needs when we're doing that, and then share success stories. Very important. Someone say share, not only share, not sharing on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. Share with the parents, share with administrators, share with your community leaders, share with the students themselves to know. I love sharing success stories of my students. I say, you do this very well. Like when I put enroll learners into a competition, maybe a creative writing competition, an arts competition, I share the stories. Hey, you guys, you did well. Thumbs up. You know. So AI, they are now looking ahead, moving ahead. AI is not the enemy. Inequity is. So AI will always be here. It's just like in the days of the early days of calculators and four-figure tables, logbooks. We used to have that this argument. I remember this arguments come out then, you know, because in some people couldn't access some people couldn't access calculators at that point. But now, as we went on, calculators became more common. So it's how to make this AI more accessible to people. How does it represent more people? How does it bring people together? And then, so that is what you should be looking at. And the future depends on access, who can access it, how can they access it, affordability, very important. And how can we look at affordability is by, even we as teachers start thinking of how we can domesticate and start creating our own indigenous AI solutions. Inclusivity should include everybody, irrespective of gender, race, religion, ethnicity, skin color, and the rest. And then responsibility to ensure that we don't use AI to marginalize other groups, don't use AI to malign other groups. Not so, for example, if I want to make teachers look bad, I can just create an AI prompt that makes teachers look very ugly. Those were teacher looking very hungry. So we must use it responsibly. Instead of using AI to generate images of negative things about people, let's try and use it to project people in the positive light. Let's use to project our learners in the positive light. Let's be responsible. That's what responsibility is all about. Respect differences, respect different other people, and then yes, then we can get it right. So what's our call to action? Let's ensure AI doesn't widen the divide, but builds bridges for every learner. Builds bridges, like I said, use it in a way, you have to be very critical and use it in a way that it helps people according to their context. So now you can join the conversation on YouTube. You can see Voice of Teachers, Vivian Ifiagu, and then you can connect with me on all social media. Namsi Udosen. I'm a decolonial scholar. I'm for social justice. I'm for epistemic justice, and I believe AI should not increase the epistemic justice because our curriculum already is very lopsided in terms of epistemic justice, where the knowledge is one-sided. We do not have a lot of local context in our curriculum. So we have children that are not learning about moringa leaves, about ugu, about ewedu, things around them, but they're learning about daffodils and whatnot that they may never see. So those are part of the epistemic things that we should be working to. I'm glad that a lot of Nigerians working around that, bringing this local context into AI. Thank you very much. At this juncture, and now throw the floor open for comments, questions, and counters. I love people to counter things I've said and and ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter, for your presentation. Please, is there anybody that has questions or comments? We're actually waiting for you, please, if you do. Okay, as we wait for comments or questions, even on the chat room, or you can unmute yourself, I just want to ask, Mrs. Ugomanam, I've been trying to reach you. I don't know if you saw my messages. Please, you can check and help me answer, please. Thank you. Now, I want to start by saying that, Mr. Peter, your topic, it was quite interesting. I enjoyed it, yes. In fact, I like the fact that you started by even taking us, reminding us what technology is simply, to put it in a simple term. The way you explained it, it was cool, yes. And, if you were here, the last speaker, I tried to, channel our thoughts towards that. Of course, I guess it wasn't the right topic to even bring up that, okay? So from what you even said, okay, so I'm trying to, sorry, I just got a message, my reply from Mrs. Ogwamana. So from what you said concerning and technology and trying to give us example, about the boy that had to, innovate something, because that's what that boy did. Okay. He tried to do something. Now, you see, I was trying to take us somewhere when the last speaker was talking, and I'm happy this one now came up. Okay. And if I could, I don't know if you can remind us, this happened in the rural area. Of course, typically, I want to believe it happened in our rural area. Okay. So for such things, somebody replied that question I asked. Melvina said something that governments should, come into such things to train teachers, to go into partnership with private sectors and all that. I can't quote her completely. Now, I guess this platform also, as we are trying to train teachers, as we are trying to, let people hear our voices, is also, trying to let one, governor, one government official, one, stakeholder in the educational system to get to hear us. Let them understand that we are thinking along this side. Imagine that child you talked about. Someone could even write something about the child, present it to the government house, that this child needs to be helped, to do this kind of innovation, to bring it up, help the child bring up such innovation to a standard level. Yes, it's an innovation. Okay. And that is actually what this our platform can also help to do, to make our voices reach out to people that it has to reach out to in our country, to help us, help us teachers, also to help the children, to help our future. And that's it. I can remember when we were little, I had this, my cousin, as little as we were, he's always coupling things. When you were talking about that child, I remembered my cousin. He was always coupling things, or, anything he sees, he wants to couple together. Do you know that this guy did, what's it called again? This solar system, this solar that helps, give light and everything. He did it when he was very little, when he was like in his 20s. Of course, he's a grown man now. And guess what? This guy I'm talking about, China has taken him. Okay? Because even that time, I could remember him trying to, push with my uncles to push it to government and all that. But then, when this was happening, my cousin, as in what's it called again? Solar system or what? I can't remember what he called it, but it's something like all these our solar and our, what's the other one now? Someone said something. Yes, solar panel. Thank you. So that time it has not come to our country. But he was like, how we always have issues with light in our country. He was able to do this thing, but it doesn't last. Sometimes he uses the car battery because I can remember, he uses the car battery to connect one or two, and we are so happy, We tried our best. Or rather, not me, of course, my uncles, they try to push all this guy is talented and all this. As we are speaking right now, he's in China. You get? So I guess I also liked when I grabbed when Peter said something that is not only just to push it on TikTok and social medias. Of course, we have to actually push it there, but we cannot tag other people, because that tagging, that hashtag, blah blah blah, is very powerful. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that he just told us that we should write to this government, write to parents, not just saying congratulations to that child, or just posting it for posting's sake on social media. If we are posting, let's be intentional when we are posting. So I, honestly speaking, when you were talking, I was like, wow, yeah, my mind, I've actually thought along the side, what you just said, so many the stuffs you just gave us, and I really appreciate. That's why we have this platform, having like minds, having our teachers, our educators in one room, trying to, help everybody think wilder. So thank you so much, Mr. Peter, for your presentation. As I wait for anybody that has any comment or any question or any, what's it called again? any counter. Let me use the words Mr. Peter used.
Okay, and also to add to that, another thing, sometimes we are always very we have been trained, or we have been trained to believe these things is government and everybody. But in other places, we also have what they call. We need to start looking at it also from the business aspect of it. I also learn. That's another skill too. We need to start teaching children how to pitch ideas. Because that's what we've been doing. I think last week, we pitched the that's our rural the water sprinkler stuff. We pitch it to a parent, and man, like, okay, he has people. He's planning for a presentation with some investors who want to come and look and see, okay, how we can scale that, how we can scale that solution for agriculture, because they've seen it. Okay, there's money to be made from it. But if you continue looking at it from a pity aspect, this boy, he did this thing, nobody to help. No, go and tell somebody this thing is a business. This can fetch you millions of naira, can fetch you millions of dollars. Come and invest in it. If we make it this big, we can make money out of it. That's what the average. When I see the average American kid, there's an idea. Okay, let me look for an investor. This thing I'm making is going to help you. Come and invest and make money out of it. Let's say you see all these Facebook are doing this. They need to go and start making American government to give them money so they can make Facebook. You look for investors, put that money, say, hey, look at this social media I'm making. In the next 10 years, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. Come on, and that's how you see Facebook grew. He bought WhatsApp, the owner of WhatsApp sold his own, and stuff like that. It was not government that bought it over. It was people that he was able to see the power of what he had and look for investors to come and buy it. So I think we should also put that thing within the minds of our people. Okay, if we have this thing that people that are looking for this thing, we can sell it to them. And by the time we start doing that, maybe other people inside will say, oh, if people outside are buying this thing, let me invest also. And I know there are lots of Nigerians that would want to invest in any innovation you have.
In fact, yeah, you are right. As you were talking, I just remembered what's the name of the Ericsson? I hope I'm correct with that name. Ericsson, the Nigerian man that is producing cars. Am I correct?
Innocent.
Correct. Thank you. So I followed that story. It wasn't easy for him to, when he started, looking for investors and all that. Yeah, I agree with you. It wasn't that easy from the story I followed. So I agree with you. Though it's not gonna be easy too, but yes, we keep pushing and then of course pitching, like you said. That's very correct. Yeah. Well, I guess it's gonna be hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. Your delivery was both thought-provoking and inspiring. You actually struck a balance between research and practice. Please, I would really like you to share more insights on the innovative digital divide now, because the questions we have asked over the times in this presentation, you seem to have some practical answers. Yes, innovations closing the gap, where you talked about the offline first platform. So if you're also talking about these people in the rural areas, you also mentioned that there are things they can actually leverage on. Nigeria Learning Passport, Talking Books, and the rest of them. Please, could you share more insights on that so that for some of us who are already here, I believe we can be able to also have access to those, especially for those in these areas, or if they're head of schools for these areas. I also have a friend who joined here. He also raised the concern. He also would like you to share more insights on the localizing use of AI. I think you said something about that. Okay. So we'd also like to learn from that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. So on the innovative use, yeah, like I said, so in the city school or in a big school or in a town, you might be able to have projectors, whiteboard, because there's light and the rest. But in rural areas where you don't have lights or internet or the rest, so also you can after you generate those stuff on your AI device, you can print it out and take to those communities and do a normal hands-on activity with the kids, because within that context, that's what works. Sometimes if you bring those kids from those areas and come and put them inside one kind of high-tech classroom, they are kind of lost. So you take technology at their own level. Then some sounds we use. You could also use these jam boxes, and they have different sizes. So there's even the small portable one that you can carry along with you, and with time, a community can, like we talk of community hubs. In a place where I used to work, the community came together, gathered money, and they bought that box. So they connect it, they bring it out under the tree, and then you play the thing from the phone. Like actually phone, you play this the rest. And then, like for the tile methodology, we'll be able to use some AI that has been used in Hausa, and it now says those things and interpretation. Like, so you have in Igbo language, you say morning, it tells you Otutu. It says it not, that some AIs, when it says Igbo, it's Igbo that's sounding like my own. But you see when Vivian speaks Igbo, when she speaks, this is a real person, an Igbo person would connect with it. When I say Ifiago, Ifiago, but no, you now say Ifiago, it will enter. So that's the part of the local context we're looking at. Looking at images of things they can see, things they can see around them, and then you snap pictures of the trees that are there. We snap pictures of the environment, and then we create that environment, and then we now use those environment to use AI to tell them, okay, this place can be like this, but we're still using their local language, slangs, and things that are common. So we're talking about food. You're not gonna start talking about burger and shawarma. You tell them pete. That's what they eat every morning. You tell them you go to play, talk about fufu. Aha, the children will laugh. You go to the play at Port Harcourt, you can mention loi loi. They can relate. You see, if a teacher, if you look at their faces, you don't see their face light up when you use those terms that they are familiar with. And so I think those are some of the ways. I don't know if I've missed any of the questions you asked. Okay, National Learning Passport. Yes, it's online. Yes, like for National Learning Passport, it's free. It's downloadable. If you have a laptop or a phone, it's just there. It's available. You can use it offline, and then use it for reading, science classes, and the rest. And you can play it with it. You can download it to a flash drive or a SIM card, a memory card, and then you put inside those boxes, and then it plays the lessons to the kids from that jam box. So it's offline.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Sugamanam, are you ready for us now?
Ready?
Oh, she's ready. Okay. I need to make you the host, the co-host.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you so much, Mr. Peter. And right now we are having Mrs. Oguamanam on the floor. Thank you, Mrs. Oguamanam, you're welcome.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm so happy to hear all the lovely facilitators. I mean, it was an honor being in this place and learning from them, hearing from them, and seeing all the people. We're really very interactive, and I don't want to stop right here. So I want you to please be interactive as we go on. The good thing about this is that we are all life learners, right? Everyone here. can you please give me a thumbs up, everybody? Just if you're here, if you can hear my voice, give me a thumbs up. I want to see interaction. I want to see, yes, just give me a thumbs up if you're here. Thank you very much. Mino, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I am loving the reaction. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miss Vivian. And this is awesome. I cannot stop to commend you. I cannot stop to tell you how much you are encouragement to everyone here. God bless you. So we're going to just dive into what we have for today. We know why we are here. We know this is the Voice of Teachers Conference 2025. And it was actually an honor talking and listening to the last speaker. I'm like, this guy, why are you peeping into my notes? But it was really very good listening to you. So well done, well done, well done. So again, my name is Noma Ogwamalam. I am going to talk briefly about personalized learning with AI. And my focus today is meeting every child's need, meeting every student's need, okay? And I'm happy that we are all teachers. So it's very, very good that everyone here really understand what I'm talking about. So let's go. Okay, so like the last teacher said, the AI is here not to take our job, not to take our job. The AI is here to help us to enhance learning and make learning good for the children and make learning more, for the lack of the right word to use, to make learning fun for the children, to make learning easier for the children, to make each child learn at their pace. It doesn't mean that we have to, we can't help them accelerate the pace of learning, but we must, I have one of my mentors always say, you must come to where the children are. So the only way we can make the children learn better is when we come to where they are, make them see things from their own perspective. That is actually what personalized learning is. And then as teachers, we can do this better because the AI is a tool that is here to help us. So we're going to use AI today to learn how to adjust our instructions to meet each child's personal need, to meet each child's unique need, to meet each child's weakness, strength, the way they like, everything. So we're going to use AI today to learn. Okay, nice. Okay, can I see anybody that loves, do we have visual learners in this house? Can I see you? Give me a thumbs up, or just visual learners, visual learners. Visual learners. I'm not sure I can see anybody. Do we have visual learners in this house? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have
Ijoma, we have
learners like
Isioma.
me? Yes, well done. Can I see kinesthetic learners? Can I see anybody that likes to touch things? Anybody that likes to touch things like me? Wow, well done, well done. Can I see people who are auditory learners? Awesome. Now you see, imagine you have a class filled with all these kind of people. Wouldn't it be great that every child gets to learn and every child gets to be taught the way they want to be taught? So we're going to just watch a little video to see how things should be done in the classes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We're waiting for the video.
Okay, I'm still talking. The video is coming. It's going to play any moment from now. Yeah. Okay, so I'm still going to talk. So what I was saying is, imagine a class where you have every form of learner, every child, different. And then we are talking to them and we're writing on the board. And somebody is saying, can I do something? Can I do something? Can I do something? So this is where personalized learning comes to play, because we will now see that every child can see, can touch, can feel, and can do things. Okay, let's see.
The role of the language teacher in 10 years' time, well, it's difficult to say, but it's likely that the language teacher will be a mixture of things. It'll be a diverse role, someone who still
Please, can you hear
has
me?
specialist knowledge.
Can I
that
see
they'll
thumbs
be
up?
conveying,
Yes, it's
Thank
okay.
you.
It's okay.
facilitator of effective
Is it
learning
loud enough?
experiences within a learning
Yes.
that includes technology in different forms, including
So you may need to increase the volume.
curator of lots of skills.
Oh, really?
Lots of
The volume.
machines and
Okay.
tools that will help language learners to learn better. So the role of the teacher will change to be something in between expert, facilitator, curator. It'll be diverse, but it will be related to language education and being human.
Oh, the role of the teacher in 10 years' time, it's kind of difficult to say. It's changing.
I'm going to send you the slides.
AI
So
is changing the way we're doing things. I think the role of the teacher will be more of a designer of learning experiences. The teacher will have to help design all these experiences with the internet and artificial intelligence tools. And of course, there's going to continue helping learners to learn the languages.
We as teachers might be perceived as facilitator rather than just a teacher of a subject. We should probably concentrate more on soft skills, something that helps our learners to work in teams rather than just pay attention to grammar, vocabulary, and so on. We might be needed to show them how to use the AI tools thoughtfully and be aware of certain dangers or a bias that is there. Our role might change indeed.
I'm currently working on a 4-stage model that tries to anticipate the evolution of education. In this model, we see that the teachers will move from a sage on the stage to guides on the side. Language teachers especially will have a key role in fostering very motivating approaches where you can develop easily immersive learning techniques. And I think that the focus of intercultural education will be on mediation, how you mediate concepts in group works and how you mediate communication in order to foster social cohesion.
Now, in 10 years' time, it's hard to say. I think that we need to think about 5 years, because within 5 years, you have the time to shift the mindset and probably also the role of the teacher that will be more to focus on the process to learn and not only to apply exercise and to assess. And you need to go with the student's ability and the student's agency to work with digital environments.
thank you very much.
So, we have like practice sets.
Welcome to Newton Alta, a personalized learning platform. We're going to show you around so that you know what to expect when working
The
in
role
your
of the language teacher in 10 years' time, well, it's difficult to say.
So, we have like practice sets, for example, is a piece of software that uses AI that we just released that essentially it allows students to, iterate on their learning, to explore concepts over and over again and get real-time feedback. It helps teachers create formative assessments. It suggests like, what do we think the right answer is? Suggests resources for reteaching. It's all embedded in a tool. When I did that in my classroom, it was like cutting edge that I was doing it. And it took me literally from like Friday night to Sunday night to put all that together. And then hours every single night to do my exit tickets, my formative assessments every single day. So I didn't have kids back then. I was a young spring chicken teacher. I was in my 20s. I had all this energy. I had my Bluebird charging me. And I was still exhausted. I was like so burned out by the end of the year trying that out. But now like it happens in seconds and it's all automated through this tool. So if we can continue building things like that for educators that takes all that automated routine stuff off their plates, then that frees up the human, the teacher, to work with students to do that true human generated content.
In the intersection of AI and let's say tutoring and personalization, what do you see in the future?
When I first came across Saga Education and I was talking to Alan, the founder, your co-founder, about it, I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit nervous because tutoring, I think, can sometimes be a 4-letter word depending on how you define tutoring. And what I was really concerned about with tutoring at scale was this kind of like dehumanized tutoring, like siloed model where it's Jenny McGarr, first-year teacher tutoring, where it's like, this is the model, and you're gonna sit here and do 1,000 worksheets and no personal, just like get it done. But what I've learned over time is like the Saga approach to tutoring and many other who are doing is really about the human relationship with tutoring.
Welcome to Newton Alta, a personalized learning platform. We're going to show you around so that you know what to expect when working in your course. Newton Alta introduces you to personalized instruction and questions based on your needs with immediate feedback on your progress. When working in Newton Alta, you'll move through material, answering questions, and seeing instruction when needed to help you learn the assigned objectives. When you think of homework, you might imagine a predetermined list of questions that you have to go through for a grade. Newton Alta is different because your learning experience will be personalized for you based on how you answer the questions. The number of questions and length of assignments will vary from student to student. Your score is based on demonstrating mastery in the topics assigned. Mastery is based on your correct and incorrect responses. The difficulty of questions and the need for more practice. But the good news is that as long as you keep working before the due date, you can increase your mastery even if you answer questions incorrectly. If you get a few questions wrong, Newton Alta will recognize that you may need to review some instructional content as a refresher, so it will adapt to take you on a personalized path of what you need to learn to fully understand the content in the assignment. Sometimes this will be instruction on a prior topic or skill that you may need a refresher on in order to learn the assigned objective. This way, you can review prerequisite refresher content that you need to understand for the assigned objectives. It might offer you more practice or a video, a brief reading, a sample problem, or other instruction, so you always get another chance if you had trouble the first time. We show you this kind of instruction because we believe it will speed up your learning by giving you guidance and practice right in the moment. As you work through an assignment, the mastery bar will move based on your level of proficiency, and your goal is to get it all the way to completion. As you answer questions relating to one learning objective correctly, you'll see the bar move forward. If you are working on a refresher topic, your mastery bar will not move. If you move on to another learning objective that you struggle with, you might see the bar go back. Don't worry, you're still learning the content to take you closer to completion. To check in on your mastery in more detail, you can always expand using the arrow to see your mastery broken down by learning objective. If you're not sure how to answer a question, it's always a better idea to review more instruction than it is to guess, so that Newton Alta can predict your needs accurately based on your response instead of getting an inaccurate understanding from a random answer. If you guess the answers, you're more likely to have a long assignment experience. Clicking here will take you to instruction on the specific learning objective you're tackling, and then follow up with a question so that you can check your understanding and stay on track. Working in Newton Alta is an opportunity to master content and learn in a safe space. Having a growth mindset is key. There will be areas you find easy and others that are challenging, but Newton Alta is here to guide you to mastery by giving you exactly the practice and instruction that you need.
Thank you. We'll play this last video towards the end, so we'll just leave it and get into what we want to do today. Okay? All right. So, thank you, everyone. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay. All right. So, again, I'm going to let us understand why we're here. We're here to discuss and understand personalized learning. And I'm sure we can agree with me, everyone, that as teachers, if we can meet the needs of the diverse learners we have in our class, then our job is done. Because we want to make sure that we have 100% success, which technically or sometimes might not be correct, might not be achievable, but we should push as much as possible to achieve 100% success. Okay, so this is where personalized learning come in. At the end of today, we also understand the role of AI in education in our classrooms. We're going to understand the benefits of personalized learning for the students, which is the key. And then we're going to see the benefits it has for me and for you as an educator and as a teacher. Then we'll talk about the challenges and what the future looks like. Okay? Okay. So why personalized learning? This is a question that everybody asks. Why personalized learning? Why? 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 And we cannot stop or overemphasize the need that every child should learn in our class. I always tell everybody I meet. So the parents send these pupils to our classes, not because the parents cannot teach them, but because the parents know that we have educators and we have the skill of being able to pass knowledge to their children. And because we have the skill, it is important that we meet the needs of every child in our class. So our instructions must be tailored correctly. Our instructions must be flexible. Our instructions must have a correct pacing. Some children, like me, some people can speak very, very fast, like Miss Vivian. Some people can drag. So as instructors, we should be able to meet every child's need. I keep saying every child's need. Everybody talk about no child left behind, no child left behind. But do we really ensure in our classroom that no child is actually left behind? This is something that we must think about. Sometimes I heard the last speaker that was talking about, yes, we used to call some people Olodo. Is it because we have not carefully met their learning need? Is it because we have not understood the kind of learners they are? Is it because we have not been that patient to discover their strengths, their weaknesses, to discover what they like? Now imagine I have a boy in my class that loves football. Imagine if maybe I tailor my lessons to football. I use Ronaldo and all those people when I'm teaching. Don't you think we're going to excite him? So that is why it is important for us to personalize learning, because every child is important. Okay? Then, when we are done doing that, we are going to now tailor our instructions to their individual needs. Now, remember, some of us said we are kinesthetic learners, we are visual learners, we are auditory learners. And it's also important that we look out for their preferences. So, example, I don't really like to read. I like to solve. So I'm more like a maths person. But it doesn't mean that you would not teach me to read. It means that you will give me more things that I like, because we have to meet the needs of our learners. That's actually what this conference is talking about, meeting the needs of our learners. But we're going to now have to do this using AI. And we know what AI is, artificial intelligence. So when we talk about AI, we talk about the brain, the thinking. Who is doing the thinking for us? It's not just me. I remember somebody asking, won't the teachers now become very lazy and we cannot think anymore? Remember, the AI is supposed to enhance our thinking. So we don't have to now spend time on things that are routine. We can now let AI help us. AI can actually collect data, help us analyze those data, okay? And then, like we said, AI doesn't have emotion, but we're the one that's going to take the final decision eventually. So these are the things we're going to really learn about and talk about. So it's important that in our classroom, we are data-driven. I'll say it again. We have to be data-driven. Some people collect data, but what do we do with these data that we have collected? Do we use them? Do we use it against the children? Do we use it to the betterment of the school? Do we use it as a bragging right? or do we use it to enhance learning? For every data we collect, we must ask ourselves carefully, what is this data telling me? Is it telling me how the children are learning? So I tell a teacher, if a child, we do an assessment and we have 30% success, it means that this lesson is either not taught well, the children didn't get engaged, they didn't learn so much, or the teacher didn't do as much as she should have done. So this means that the teacher will have some time to either reteach this lesson, which is the place of reassessing yourself after you have finished teaching. I know most of us don't do that. Most of us, it's a challenge for us to do that. We don't take time to reflect. What have we done? What can we do better? So these are the things that AI can actually help us to do. So we can now analyze the real world, the data that we have gotten using the AI that we have. Okay. All right. We're talking about personalized learning again. Now I'm going to take some time to talk about the need for this personalized learning. Again, I cannot overemphasize that in our classrooms, in our different classrooms, we have different kinds of learners. We have diverse learners. There are so many kinds of learners. There are some people that like to talk. There are some people that I have to beg them to speak. There are some people that will say, I'm ready, I'm ready. They'll raise their hand. They are the first to raise their hands. And there are some people that would, even if you tell them you're going to give them a sticker, you're going to give them a reward, they would never raise their hand. So we're going to have to pay attention to all our different kinds of learners. So because our classrooms are very, very diverse, we must be careful to understand all our learners and then differentiate instruction. I'm happy that most of us here are instructors, are teachers. When we talk about differentiation, do we differentiate only learning? Do we actually differentiate assessment? I heard the last speaker talking about it. So if you differentiate teaching and learning, and then when assessment comes, you don't differentiate. Except you differentiate and make sure that everybody gets on the same page, and then you can assess the same kind of assessment. But if you have not done that, then you have not done differentiation. I know I'm going to have some questions at the end of this class, but it's okay. Another thing we have to pay attention is the children's readiness. Are these children ready for this class? Are they? So one of the things we used to do, I talk about flipped classrooms. So there's nothing wrong with you telling the children, okay, we are having maybe we're having atoms this next week. So on Friday, tell them about it. Tell them to go watch videos, get resources, talk about atoms, and then come back to the next day. Come back the next day and ask them, or when you're actually teaching, you will see that the children are better. They are better to receive whatever you have to do. So there is readiness at every time. I cannot mature at the same time as every one of us, but we need to be able to bridge those gaps. That's what readiness is about. Then talking about their interest, I think I talked about this before. So we have different kinds of interest. Everybody has something that interests them. Some children want to just talk about football, or talk about Ronaldo, talk about Messi, talk about everybody. And then we need to pay attention as we are doing these things. And then the next one is the learning style for our learners. Our children are all diverse. We understand that and we all agree with that. So the next thing that AI will help us do when we're identifying the needs of our children, in our classes, you will see that we have those who are high up there. We call them the high flyers. Before you say anything, they have understood. They know. They are answering you as you're speaking. Sometimes we actually ignore these high flyers and we miss them in our classes, and I don't think it's really very fair. So we should be able to support all our learners, both the high flyer who know it. So we should be able to have prepared our resources that could help them or keep them engaged. Somebody is always asking me, so The high flyers are very, they know what to do. They already know. So why don't you think sometime, give them some questions, some open-ended questions that you know they might not even finally achieve at the answer. They are working. We can keep them engaged. So if we engage our advanced learners, we can actually help them. Now, remember, we are taking them from point A to point B. So if everybody is on point A, we'll gradually take them. Before you know it, some people are on point C, some are still in A, some are still in B. So our aim is to support those who are in A, support those who are in B, and then support those who are in C. And there's nothing wrong with us extending the learning again as teachers. Now remember, our motto is no one falls behind, no child left behind. In our classroom, do we practice no child left behind? Okay, again, we will support our struggling students. One of the ways we can support our struggling students is by using this AI. So we have applications, I think the last speaker talked about most of them. We have some things that are tailored. They will tell you the progress. They will tell you this one is 10% hard. This one is 30% hard. This one is 50% hard. So depending on who you are. Now imagine if a child is operating at 30% and you're giving him task that is for somebody that is at 90%. The child will be demoralized. The child will be angry. The child will be bitter. The child won't want to come to school. So we need to use AI to support even those struggling students. And you'll see that some of these applications, when the child gets it, they will applaud them. They'll give them a sticker. They will do thumbs up or something. That way, the child is encouraged, the child is motivated, and the child is still learning. So we can support all learners if we identify and meet the need of our children in the classes. And then which brings me to the third one. You can see it's a wheel. It's a wheel. I have point 1, point 2, point 3. So it's a wheel. So my final point is the role of AI. Now, AI will help us identify these learners because they will tell you this child, because you give them an assessment, you will see the scores. They will say this child is not doing so well. There are some gaps. So AI will now help us adjust our instruction, make it harder, make it easier, make it softer for our different kinds of learners. It's important that in our classrooms are diverse, our classrooms can support all learners, and in our classroom, we can use AI. Okay, so now, how does this AI help us? How does AI enable personalized learning for us? Okay, so AI in education functions by collecting data. They collect large data. They now analyze those data of children's performance, identify, maybe sometimes you see pattern. You see a child failing a kind of question, maybe especially in verbal reasoning. You see a child failing a particular pattern. That way, you will know that this child hasn't understood this concept. That means you have something that you're going to reteach the child. Okay? Then the AI will help us adjust the instruction. These things are done in real time. When we talk about real time, I know you understand what I mean. It means it is what is achievable right now. Okay, I'm going to move to the second one. The second one I'm going to talk about is data-driven insight. Now, everybody knows data. Okay, I'll give you some of the things that we can use. You see on the next slide, you can see some real applications that you can use that can teach you some of these things. Okay, so the next one I'm going to talk about is the data-driven insight. How AI. Oh, somebody's waiting. Sorry, excuse me. I want to admit someone. Okay. Okay. Data-driven insight.
I'll be doing that for you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So data-driven insight, what do we mean? Now, I told you from the beginning that it's important that when we collect data should tell us something. Data should tell us how our children are doing, how they have performed, how we as teachers are doing. So the AI system processes the information that we have gathered from everybody talk about quizzes. We know quizzes. From our assignment, even from our attendance, you can see the records. And then They can even tell you the behavior of children, whether a child gets bored easily, why did the child get bored? You can use AI to assess all those things. So the teacher can now use these things to pinpoint the children's need, the child's particular need, and then you're going to now seek out how you're going to support or enrich the child to get better. Now, remember, our target is not just intervention. We should be able to prevent our children from failing. I'll say it again. As a teacher, it's your duty to make sure that your children don't fall. In case they fall, then you can do the intervention, but you should be able to watch your lesson, watch your instruction, and prevent them from falling. That's actually our job as educators. I'm going to move quickly and go to something else. Okay, so my last speaker talked about language processing instruction. So we have some applications that can help people read. So when we were younger, we would call some people Lodo, they don't know how to read, they are dyslexic, story. But we didn't take time to find out, are the children seeing what they are reading? Are their eyes really seeing? I had a student in my class that actually was, her corners were curved. So the words were forming behind the cornea, and we had no idea what was happening. We just noticed that if you give her something to solve, she will solve. If you write it for her, she will solve. But if you give it to her to read, she wasn't reading because the images was forming behind. Now, and then we were blaming the child for nothing. It wasn't the child's fault. So with this kind of thing, you can actually support children like this and help them. So this natural language processor would help, is a tool that helps children to improve their reading. So a child, it can actually read for the child. It will read your comprehension passage for you. It will ask you the question. Then you are the one that will supply the answers. It will help. It can help you. We have applications that will help us in grammar, that can help us in creative writing. We have Grammarly. Everybody knows that. We have AI-based reading assistants. Everybody knows that. So as teachers, we should be able to use this application, these apps, while we're in class, while we are teaching in class. You can actually pause something and say, okay, like the other speaker said, can I do this differently? Can I do this better? You can actually do this. And you can get instant feedbacks as you do this. So we must learn to make our learning fun for the children, make it interactive, and then make learning continuous for everyone. I'll go to adaptive learning platforms. We have some platforms. One of them is we'll watch the video. Newton. The Newton is super. If you don't know it, it's KNEWTON. I'll send it. It's in the slide. You can download it. It will help you to show you how the child is learning, and then it will help you to know that I can increase the hardness of the strength of this of my learning. It can help you to say, okay, I want a task that is 30% harder. I want a task that is 50% harder. And this will give you, because it is adaptive learning platform, it will adjust the learning to suit your learners. Then we're going to finally go to intelligent tutoring system. Imagine if you have somebody a system that is just teaching you, directed just to you. You're telling it, I don't understand how this can happen. It tell you, okay, you don't understand this. Okay, and it will give you step by step how to do it one-on-one. It will talk to you. It would engage you. It will even find out when you are struggling. It will sense that there is a difficulty as you're doing your work. It will see when you're stuttering. It will see when you're having a hard time. Then it will give you hints. It will give you some explanations, and then it will give you feedback in real time. Won't our learning be very good? That is why we need to have AI in our classes, because it will help us enhance learning. Uh-oh. Okay. Can somebody see what I'm talking about? So AI's aim, again, is not to replace the teacher. The AI is supposed to help us make learning fun for the children. So we can use AI-powered learning to address the needs of our children. We know that. So we can use it to support our learners. We can use it to increase skill development. We can use it for personal growth. And then we can use it for the well-being. You know, I am going to take a pause now in case somebody has a question before I continue. I'm just going to pause. Okay. Does anybody have a question?
Okay, mine is not a question, it's just an addition to what you said.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I listened to that part and it took me back, to my childhood. I could remember when, yes, I could remember when I was growing up, as a tall girl, I was actually, taller than my friends and also in my classroom, okay? And nobody knew I had eye defect, okay? So because of my height, yes, my teachers always in my primary schools have always been kept at the back position. Okay, so sometimes by the time I write, my mom was a teacher. She looks at my book. She's like, what's this girl writing? Even me, I don't know what's happening. All I know is that, yes, I stretched my eyes and I thought it was normal for everybody, in primary 6, at least I could remember those days. Okay. Now, what am I trying to say? Nobody found out what was happening except for one teacher. So she had to call the attention of my parents, and that was how I got to start wearing glasses. But by then, I've already gotten to primary 6.
Oh.
Okay. Yes. So I started wearing glasses in primary 6. And meanwhile, my eyes were, still, damaging, or rather, I don't know how to put that. I'm not an expert in that aspect. But all I knew is that imagine this was found out earlier. You get, of course, I have a nephew that started wearing glasses. He's still a baby. So I guess he's actually somehow in the gene, but then it is what it is. But what am I trying to say? Parents should also pay attention to this. It's not only the teachers. Okay, because for me now, in fact, I've hated all the teachers that I passed through in the primary school because they were just considering my height, not even looking when they mark my books. Because I'm a teacher now, I can, when I reflect, I'm like, when they mark my books, couldn't they understand? However, how am I to blame them completely? Yes, how am I to blame them completely? You've even said something that in those days we didn't understand. We just said this one doesn't know how to spell or whatever, not knowing that the child is struggling. So I guess I was part of that kind of kids, okay? And I'm trying to say here, any parents listening to us, please try and look into what your kids are doing at school. You will be able to tell, should I take this child to go for eye test? Should I this and that? And if you're a parent who wears glasses, then the earlier the better for you. You do such for your children. So this is what I have to pass through. And I'm so sorry for hating all those teachers.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Because we are all teachers and we take feedback. So it is very important that we all take feedback. We all take feedback. And I'm happy that most people that are here are teachers, are educators. And we need to really ask for feedback. We need to be hungry for feedback because that's what is going to help us get better. Okay. All right. Again, I cannot stop re-emphasizing the importance of meeting a child's need. We must meet the need of every child in our class. We must be able to adjust our lessons. Adjust our lessons is important. If you see that a child is not learning, you have no business saying, I'm going to finish my curriculum. Who sets the curriculum? Who determines the curriculum? So that means that either you have not planned your lessons well, because at the end of a lesson, we have objective, right? And then we have assessment. That happens in every lesson plan. So if you're assessing the children, you can even do assessment with just your eye. You can look at them as they are talking to them. You can look at them and say, okay, this child is not engaging. Do something about it. But thankfully, AI can help us do this. That is why we're talking about this. So we must be able to collaborate with AI. Again, AI is not replacing teachers. It is just to help us so that we can do other things that we can do and leave AI to do the things that AI can do better than we can. There are some things that AI can do and AI can do better. Let's let AI do those things for us in our classrooms while we focus on the other things. So one of the things AI can do for us is support us in our classrooms. We have platforms that help us to adapt lessons to ensure mastery. What do I mean by mastery? If at the end, imagine I'm teaching division. I'm sorry, I'm a math teacher. We're doing division, and you start with one-on-one division, 1-by-1 division. You will do 1-by-2 division, or 2-by-2 division, 3-by-3. Now, if a child hasn't mastered 1-by-1 division, what business do you have in 1-by-3 division? The child has not learned one. So with AI will map out the process for you. It will take you from this point when you have achieved this goal, and it will monitor the process. It will carefully monitor the process. It will see when your child is tired. It is able to assess and identify and say, okay, a child did this and he did this in 5 minutes, and then he started dragging and did this remaining one in 10 minutes. So you as the teacher, you will be the one that will say, maybe he was tired. Maybe the fatigue has set in. But you will see those things. I'm going to share with you. At the end of this class, I'll tell you what happened. One of the things I used AI to do. Maybe I can even say it right now. You will not believe me. This slide I'm using, AI did it. This slide I'm using. All I did was to enhance and add some things to it. So we have to use AI to enhance learning in our classes. I'm going again. The next thing we're talking about is the skill development. So AI can actually help us, whether we like it or not. AI can help us. AI can help us. It's so funny, but AI can actually help us. Somebody will say, why is this one talking about AI can help us? AI can help us. AI can really help us when we're meeting the needs of our children. So for skill development, AI can help us strengthen critical thinking and problem-solving skills. How can it do it? There's a platform that is called adaptive learning. So that adaptive learning will set problems from you. It will create its own scenarios for you. It will give us, it will tell you, give you it will tweak the process, and then to help a child to think through. If this happens, what do you do? If this happens, what do you do? If this happens, what do you do? I think the last speaker talked about it is important that we give even ChatGPT the right prompts. So if you don't give it the right prompts, it will not give you the right answers. And even remember that they will always have their biases. Even computer has bias. So that is why it's important that we use AI to develop our critical thinking skills. So we have learning, technology, and digital skills too can be improved. AI can actually simulate situations for us, real-time situations. It will simulate it, and then we'll see it. So you can say, so you can plot a graph and say, what will happen 10 years from now? And AI will give you the result, just like that. So we need to use this AI to enhance learning in our class. So it can actually help to promote personal growth. It can promote self-discipline. People like games, yes. You can actually write something. There was a time, I think it was last week, I wrote a script and I told AI, critique this skit for me. I work in children's church. He told me, but I told him, let this skit be tailored to 5 and 10-year-old children. And one of the things he told me is, your language is too, is above the learning level of these children. So AI can actually dictate these things. It's very important that we use AI in our classes because it will help us. So again, I was saying you can actually gamify. Some children in class, they like games. They like games. And as you're doing these things, it will track your feedback. Everybody knows what's this learning app that you use to do French and I think it just left my head. It's not Alexa. I'll remember it as we're talking about. But there are some things that will monitor. What do you say?
Duolingo.
Oh, thank you very much. God bless you. Duolingo, yes. So it will write to me and say, you didn't do your application. I'm not waiting for you. You're going to, it will tell you, I won't carry your points over to the next day. It will tell you things like, you're going to lose your points. So you will see that you're doing something and it's tracking it for you. Tracking it for you. Those are the things that AI can help us do. And it can actually help us too. AI applications can help tell us sometimes on your phone. Everybody has a phone. It will tell you you have been on the phone for 5 hours. It will tell you you have your screen time. If you put your screen time, you shouldn't exceed 6 hours. It will tell you I have been on WhatsApp for 12 hours. And then we have smart watches when we're exercising. It will give us records. It can help us monitor our heartbeat. These are things that we can do in the classes. You can use this to find out exactly how your children are doing. And then it can help you with your social connections in the classrooms. Yeah. So there are so many benefits of AI. So keeping up with social life and friendship, AI can help us too in the classroom. So some children I have a child in the class. What she did was she formed a study group amongst her peers. We just found out at the end of the school term. We didn't know. So we were wondering how her performance. Now, these are one of the things I tell everybody. There are some things that you cannot teach a child. A child will teach another child better. Some people don't believe that, but I've seen it and it's true. So what this child used to do was they had a group, a study group. So when we finish teaching in classes, in the evenings after homework, they will gather themselves around and then they will retake the lesson by themselves. This child was able to understand better because her peer was teaching her. It doesn't mean that the teacher has failed. It just means that we need to use every avenue that we have to enhance learning in our classes. So again, AI can help us improve social connections in our classroom, build up friendships, yes, although there are still dangers, which we'll talk about very soon. So it is important too that we stay healthy. We talked about it. It's important too that we have hobbies, and AI can help us monitor our hobbies, monitor our passions. So there is so much that AI can help us to do. I'm going to go to one of my most interesting slides. So what is the goal, the guiding goal for AI learning in class? I know I've talked about this as I've been talking. As teachers, Miss Vivian talked about it. We must know our children well. We must know our children well. You must know what they like. You must understand that they are unique. Don't compare children. We must know their strengths, their weaknesses, their cultural background. You must know where they are coming from. You must know. You can imagine a child that is sick. And then because the child is sick, I have a child, because the child has a learning need. The child cannot speak properly, but I see the child. I know that this child has a need. Now, this child will feel more loved or more drawn to the teacher that understands his need and tries to meet his need. Even just call a child, give him just a hug on our own side, though, the Nigerian side, please. Don't hug American child. They don't like hugs. They don't do hugs. Okay? So what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is try and put a human face to what you're doing. Know your child. Know your children. Care about them. Care about them. The most important thing you can do to a child, let the child know that you care. So these are the things that we have to use, even as we're using AI in our classes. If you know your child well, we'll be able to tailor their learning to meet their needs. Okay, so if you understand the child, then we can be able to analyze and get data pertaining to that child, and then use that child. Imagine an AI tutor that can adjust. We have some children who are in year 6 who are trying to get entrance exams, pass entrance exams like Loyola Jesuit. So AI can help us create those kind of questions. So in my class, I will give set 1 a different question, set 2 a different question, set 3 a different question. Imagine if I give a set 3 child a set 1 question. The child would either be bored or the child will feel over-challenged. That's the place of knowing your child. Use different ways to teach. I talked about teaching in different ways. You can use different things to teach when you're teaching. Vary your teaching method. Don't teach the same thing. Let your children not think that you are boring to them. Let your children say, okay, what is she going to do tomorrow? How is she going to teach us this? I remember one of the classes we had, Miss Vivian, one time. And at the end of the children were jumping in class. We were teaching addition and subtraction. We made them hop in steps. Different things you can do. Don't make your teaching boring for your children. So vary your method of teaching. So we have platforms that can actually deliver content, multiple formats. You can use your text, use your audio, use your videos, use simulation, use interactions, use different things in your classes. Then we must connect learning to real life. Some of our children don't understand what we're taking because what is the use? Somebody was saying, they're talking about differentiation. Where do you use differentiation? They don't understand. Where do you use finding S? Somebody was saying, they keep telling us find S, find S. This X, you never find it. Do you get? Let them make a connection to whatever you're teaching. Let the children have a connection to life, to what you're teaching, and then teach them independence. Sometimes support them, scaffold them, but sometimes let them be. It's important that we use all this things because these are the guiding goals for AI teaching learning in our classroom. Now, these are great some real cases that we're going to use. So somebody heard of Dreambox Learning. Last instructor talked about it. Somebody talked about SQL AI. So these are learning applications like the Dreambox can actually, it's been known that using Dreambox, you can actually improve a child's learning. You can improve, I said Dreambox can increase 45% of a child's learning. 45% if you do it in 1 hour. If you use it in 1 hour, you will see that the child can improve in 1 week by 45%. So all this learner, all these applications, we can use it. Please Google it, can take a screen grab it. Even if you put it on ChatGPT, it will tell you what it is very, very clearly. We can use these things to enhance learning in our classes. If they can use it in China, they can use it anywhere else. There are some that are used in UK. I think our first speaker said that she actually developed some by herself. We can do those things as teachers. And we will see our children doing so very well in our classroom. Benefits of AI. The benefits cannot be overemphasized. There's increased engagement. There's improved learning outcome. You have feedback continuously, round the clock. You have feedback if you use AI. It is very, very important that we use these tools, and these tools will help us. They will enhance our learning. They will make our children learn better. Our children will say, oh, wow, what happened? My teacher is teaching differently. And it's because we talked about upscaling ourselves. We need to change the way we teach, the way we look at children, the way we see ourselves. We must develop ourselves. It's very important. And as we do those things, our learning, our teaching improves. Because we have children who keep evolving in our classes, we need to do those things. Are there some challenges? Yes. I am so happy. The last speaker talked about the biases. AI has biases when they're making decisions. It can give you, okay, when you're telling it to make a graph for you, at the time it will tell you you have maximized, you have reached, or it will tell you, I can't do this. So they all have biases. They have biases. Data privacy risk. We must be careful what we send in. I cannot overemphasize this. We must tell our children to be careful even when they use the AI in classes. Don't release your personal information. Don't be quick to give out everything. We must be very, very careful when we're using AI in our classes. And somebody said that too again. Whatever you have gotten from the AI, it's your duty as a teacher to go through it one more time. Don't just do garbage in to the children. No, sit back, look at it. It is important because teachers' involvement is key. Remember, the robots are not replacing us. We must work in tandem with them. That is the only way we can achieve success and personalized learning. Everybody knows about this, virtual reality and AI in our classes. So these are ways that you can actually, I can take a child in my class to Egypt. I can take a child into the human body when I use virtual reality. I can do different things. So there is future. We can see through things using technology. So we must be able to use all these applications to enhance learning. One of the things that I love so much is the predictive ability of AI. AI can give you, assess something and predict information. It can even tell you before the child starts to fall and say, watch it, something is going to happen because you have given us the data. So it's important that we use these things. We can collaborate through too using AI. There's so much we can do using AI. So much we can do, and we must use AI. I'm going to share this link. These are all those videos that we watch at the beginning of the classes. So these are things that can help us transform our classes. We have to transform our classes from the traditional class to what it should be now, where every child's voice is heard, every child is seen, where the teacher is only a facilitator. The teacher doesn't just shove things down the child. No, the teacher should be able to lead the children, facilitate learning, and make sure that every child gets what they're supposed to get. So in this class, again, in this 1 hour, we're able to identify what personalized learning was. We talked about the role of the AI. We talked about the benefits to the teacher, to the pupils, the challenges, and the future of AI. Then I got some references that I use, something that helped me to do this, and I think I am done. Yes. My class is so quiet.
I would have wanted, I thought you were going to ask us for questions.
Oh, no. I'm waiting for you to, yeah, I have some questions. Yes, please. Please feel free. Do we have questions? Do you have questions? I'm not sure. Miss Vivian, there's nothing on the chat.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So I have no question.
Okay. So, but then anybody here who has any comment or question?
It was an amazing session. I think there are no questions because you dealt with it like a teacher that you are. It was pretty much, interesting, and yes, job well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nice hearing you, Former. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Pleasure here.
In fact, as a matter of fact, I need to add this because we didn't even introduce her very well. We
Excuse
just call
me.
her
It's your
in. So this is she was actually my supervisor, okay, in a school. In fact, she has not stopped being a mentor in this educational field I found myself, okay. In fact, currently, she's a deputy in a school, a very big standard school in Lekki, Lagos, okay. So I guess, Ifeoma, you were right. Yes, it's true. However, I would like you to actually maybe emphasize more on a particular area. You know,
Okay.
there was a time you talked about teachers being responsible for their children, for students when they fail. You know, I
Yes.
guess that I've been on a platform where they brought that out. You know, we were discussing about it. So you
Mm.
also come now to talk about it. Of course, some teachers denied that, okay. Some were like, no, you can't blame us. You know, some said blame the parents. And some
Mm.
others, they were also like, okay, yes, you don't blame the parents only, you blame the parents and the teachers. Why others are also saying, no, blame three people. It has to do with the parents, the school, and the child. Okay. And you know, I was also thinking about it, you know, I told myself, I guess the three people involved might have some portion of blame if we should be blaming people. Yes, because I was like, maybe the person that brought the PTA meeting, you know, thought along that side, and that's why we normally have PTAs in the schools, you know, or is it some people call it, of course, we have PTA and we have PTC, that's the Parent Teachers Conference.
Oh,
So
yes.
yes, so I would like you to, you know, say more, throw more light on this so that people that will later come to listen to this, because we're actually live on YouTube, so they can also understand better. Many teachers disagree that nobody should blame them. They've done their work, you know. How about the ones that have come out with flying colors and all that? So please, and the school sometimes we let the parents know that, you know, we've done our best, and some schools we take the blame and put on the teacher because they don't want to lose the child. So please, can you help us to here? Thank you.
Yes. I like your question, and I want to start this way. So, why did we choose to be a teacher? Is there a reason we became teachers in the first place? I think our job as teachers is to believe in every child. Miss Vivian, I will tell you there is no child I cannot influence. So if the teacher wears this cap and says, there is no child that will come into my class that I would not touch, that I will not positively influence, then the job becomes easier for everyone. Yes, there's a part to blame the child, there's a part to blame the parent, but the teacher is the one that I will give most of the blame. And I'll tell you again, the parent is the parent. Okay? If the parent can teach, the parent will be a teacher. Some people will argue with me, but that's okay. So remember, teaching is not just a profession. Teaching is a ministry. We must have a way to reach our children, to reach their soul. That is why I cannot overemphasize the place of knowing your children. If your children know that you genuinely care about them, they will do all to pass. They will do all to make sure that they make you happy. They will do all to make sure that at the end of the school year, they will say, my teacher did a good job. So it is in the hands of the teachers. Our job is to get the children to get into the same page that we are all in. Get the parent into the same page that we are. I'm happy you talked about the parent, teachers, pupils conference. That's one of the powerful tools that we use, that we have as educators. We must collaborate with the parents. We must collaborate with the pupils. We must make them understand. You have come into my class, yes. But as long as you are in my class, I am responsible for you. You are under my tutelage. And by God's grace, I have all the influence to make you achieve. When I write my lesson plan, you remember, there is a place that I will say, at the end of this class, 95% of my children will succeed. I don't write 95%. I write 100% of my children will succeed. So I'm taking a concept. I am watching out for them. And that was why I carefully told you, as teachers, we should know where they're going to have trouble and wage them. We should be able to don't let them fall into that pit. No, we should be able to scaffold. We should be able to put things in place that should prevent them from falling. So these are the things that happen in a normal class. As you're doing your teaching, you should open your eyes, see the assessment by observing. You can see these things. And if there's a challenge in the class, there's nothing wrong with you with reaching out to the parent and saying, I have a struggle. Your child doesn't seem to understand this. I have done this, I have done this, I have done this. I think the parent will welcome you. So it is when we disassociate from the parents and say, you are a parent, I'm the teacher. No, there's a place for collaboration, and we must collaborate because there are some things that the parents will help us achieve. That is one of the reasons why in the place where I work, we do parent, teachers, pupils conferencing. And before that day comes, we have a paper that we'll call a memo book. So at the end of every day, I write to my parent and say, your child did this, he didn't do this well, he's struggling with this. So these are feedback that we need that will enhance learning in our classes. Again, if a child fails, I, as a teacher, I'm sorry to say, I didn't do a good job.
Wow, thank you, Mrs. Ogwamana, for this. Okay, I guess I think I will be having a rethink on this because for me, I don't actually blame the child, but I keep blaming the teachers and the parents. That's the people I share the blame to. Okay, I don't blame because the child is a learner. You are a learner because you're a student, and you're a learner because you don't know and you want to know. Okay, so I guess I'll be rethinking on this, and I hope other people that will listen, because of course it makes a lot of sense. What if I take it, I take it as is my problem, it's my challenge, is what I have to do? Because come to think about it, there are some parents, they don't even have time for their kids. So maybe it will even be better for me to say, okay, it's just me. The parents, if they support or not, they don't support, yes, I'll try my best, but let me not just put the blame. Yes, the parent is not supporting, but I tried letting them support. We teachers, sometimes we actually, we can get, to that level of, man, what is it? Why am I killing myself? The parent is not, trying at all for me, so, well, I will give it, for me, yes, I'll give it a rethink. Like I said, I've always blamed the teacher and the parent. Yeah.
So it's everybody again, because the child needs to understand I am doing. So that's why we share the objective with them in class. Remember?
Yes, of course.
So they need to. There's a hand up. There's a hand up. Ifeoma.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I don't know if this is the right time for us to talk about this because I probably will give my talk after 2 hours because see, it's a dicey situation. Okay, I'll give an example. My boss, I think she spoke yesterday, Ms. Bola. For her, your KPI is the weak children in your class. How well did you make them, come up? Your high flyers are none of her business.
Oh, no.
The moment you're able to make a child who cannot read, maybe the child is now reading and doing so well, that is it for her. So, but I want to ask a question. So you have this child, you're doing everything. In fact, at some point, you do extra classes just to push this child to the extra mile. And you realize that homeworks come in undone. You talk to the parent, and the parent is like, excuse me, I'm busy. It's your duty. That's why I paid you for it. What do you do?
Exactly.
Exactly.
It happens.
Yeah.
Because for me as an educator, this is a two-way thing. I love your child and I'm definitely going to do my best. But I think if you see a child that the parents are involved, you will know.
Yeah.
Not even by teaching. Mine is just give me that feedback. If I should give homework, can you please help me ensure your child turns it in? Leave the rest to me. But when a parent is nonchalant, he doesn't care, and at the end of the school year, she comes to tell you, hey, my child did not get any award or something, or my child is not doing well. In such cases, as an educator, what do you advise we do?
Okay, so it's important that when we're having this talk with them, okay? No, some people, everybody has so if you come blaming them, why would I accept what you're saying? So let them understand that I'm trying to collaborate with you. So if the parent's target is to have an award at the end of the school year, so if it's a KPI, right, from the parent, right? If she understands that the only way we can get this if homework is done, like I said, there's a place for being formal, there's a place for being informal. You can have a dialogue. You can talk to them. You can see. I believe that we are influencers. So there's a way you can appeal to them and make them see reasons why it is important that their child does homework, because homework is only a feedback. Homework says what I learned in class, I can do or I cannot do. So if you have had this talk with the parent, you might not have to talk to two of them at the same time. There must be a parent that is willing to listen to you. Maybe the mother, maybe the father. Okay? Just have your way. Don't go very official. That's why you need to relate with your parents, get to know them. I didn't say you should suck up to them. No. But be firm, be real, be nice, tell them that we have a goal together, and it is your duty to make sure that this child doesn't fail. And if it's a grown child, if it's like maybe a child in primary 5, primary 6, primary 4, the child can actually do their homework by themselves. There's a school that I know about. So the rule is you don't finish your homework. So I have a colleague, you don't do your homework, don't even bother coming to the class. So the children, what they will do is they will not do the homework in the school, in the home. They will come early. They will go to the sick bay. They will go to the sick bay. They'll go to the library. They will finish the homework and then they will bring it to the class. So we can actually still talk to the children. They know. If they understand, I have children that all they want is, I'm going to make Mr. Ogwamlam happy. That's their focus. So when you walk this way, it doesn't work, turn around, we can bend. We can even tell it, bribe the child. You can say, okay, if you do homework today, you have an extra 5 minutes to play. The child will take it up. So be flexible, and we can talk outside camera, okay? We can talk
I think we
outside
have
camera.
to talk outside camera because
we can talk outside camera. Yeah.
because yes, okay, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. But I like that you're saying that it's very important that you want to help the child. It's very important. It's very important.
Yeah, that's the goal. Ensuring that you left a positive crest in the life of every child that comes through you.
Yeah, yeah.
But the prayer every day is not to meet some kind of parents, because I've had some not so good experiences. I've had colleagues who have also had not so good experiences with some parents. The truth is, I'm sorry to say, some categories of parents, to them, is division of labor. Teacher, do your thing. I sort myself out. Even picking
I think they don't know better. That's why. So we can excuse that they don't know better.
I agree with you, ma. But let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it has been a wonderful section. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ogwamlam, for
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We really appreciate. So without
Yeah.
wasting our time, the last speaker for the day, we are calling her to take the floor, and she goes by the name Ifeoma Ohadua. We can't wait to hear from you. Having, been part of us here in Nigeria, and then going abroad to also acquire this experience. So we can't wait to hear from you, for you to compare and contrast, and let us also, grab both sides. Thank you. Welcome, Ifeoma Ohadua.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for creating time to hear us, to hear us talk, to collaborate. That's the word I was looking for, to collaborate and to share our views, especially in the educational system. Having had like experiences in the two parts of the world per se, it's an entirely, it's quite exciting. It's an experience that, education is going somewhere. That's all I can say. So without much ado, I'll share my slides, and while at it, I'll introduce myself. My name is Ifeoma Ohadua. I'm an edutech innovative specialist. Okay, yeah. I have spent over a decade in the educational system. I've had time to do a whole lot of things. I would proudly tell myself that I've impacted in children, and children have impacted in me too, because I've learned from them and they have learned from me. So, and I am glad that we are gradually going into a different dimension of education, which is the AI side. So when I got the theme for this year's conference, I was like, oh, wow, quite interesting, AI. Yeah. So today I'll be talking on AI-powered learning, the future of AI in education. Whether we like it or not, AI has come. Like, AI is not something that has happened or is yet to happen. It is here. And when I was in Nigeria, I was like, oh yes, we've heard of AI, and we're embracing it. We're taking our time to do some things using AI. Sometimes we're like, I don't even understand. But when I relocated, in my head, I'm like, oh my goodness, is this what is happening? Like, a whole lot has happened. Like, AI is not the future. AI is here now, in everywhere, anywhere you look at. The way people, they create prompts, they do things in a matter of seconds. Someone is giving you answers medically, physically, in every ramification. Even in churches, you can actually sit down and question what your pastor has taught you. That is AI. So, but the thing is, whether good or bad, there definitely will be two parts or two sides to a coin. And that is what AI has done in the society. There are the pros and there are the cons. So now let's focus on the educational aspect. So whether we like it or not, AI is reshaping how teaching and how learning is happening globally. When I was, because I came to study too, so the first day in class, a lecturer was like, oh, can everybody bring out your phone? And he wrote a code on the board. And in my head, I'm like, I don't understand code. He was like, yes, who can decipher the meaning of this code? I and the next lady sitting next to me, we were busy trying to figure out, where is the code? Is it Python? Is it what exactly is it? And someone had already given an answer. And when he was asked, how did you do that? He said, oh, he just simply copied the code and he just put it on ChatGPT and asked him to transcribe it. And in my head, I'm like, oh, wow. So what am I saying in essence? For me, is a whole lot of good. AI in education will definitely take education from 0 to 100. And I like learning. In as much as I love teaching, I love learning too. And I would encourage teachers to embrace this new trend, like, get to learn it. And I promise you, you will enjoy it. So let us start. What is AI in education? It refers to the use of smart technologies that can analyze data, just the way the ChatGPT analyzed the code. I should be able to put green and I tell AI, oh, what does green mean? AI should be able to tell me. That is what it does, literally. It learns patterns. I don't know if anybody has noticed. If you're with your phone, either you're chatting or maybe you tell your friend, I think I need, I'm looking for clothes. Whether you like it or not, in the next few days, all your Instagram, your Facebook, you'll be seeing clothes, you'll be seeing boutiques. So AI has been put into everywhere, the cloud, the laptop, the internet, that the moment you put in something, the algorithm picks it up. And that pattern just, it just keeps popping up. You turn your eyes, you're seeing that thing. And the thing is, even when you talk about it on the phone, it's literally not when you search about it. So where it is even voice driven. And, yes, that's pretty much what AI does. And aside from learning patterns, it also helps in making decisions and recommendations to support teaching and learning. So now I'll give an example. The examples of AI, ChatGPT and Gemini, they can help you write, they're like brainstorming assistants. You're in class, you're asking Gemini, you're asking ChatGPT, what is this? It's bringing it out. You have the Camigo, that's like a personal AI tutor and a co-teacher. In case you have children, you're applying differentiated learning. You have Quillions, it generates quizzes. Before you know it, there is Otter AI, it transcribes lessons, even languages too. Scribe sense, it marks handwritten assignments. So you can imagine as a teacher, you're using AI. See how life is very easy. When I was teaching, I once had 16 pupils. So you can imagine in an entire day, you are marking 16 literacy notebooks, 16 numeracy, the science, all the subjects you had to go through for an entire day. Multiply it, you're marking over 100 books. Imagine yourself using AI to just mark the book in a space of 10-15 minutes, you're done, because the only thing you're doing, you're just uploading. So for me, okay, sorry, Ijoma, I didn't say that. For me, AI makes life easy, like it is pretty easy peasy. Yes, so let's go on. Now I'll talk about the different opportunities. These are like the pros, the things you tend to enjoy when you use AI. Number one is personalized teaching. Because we have to work with age brackets, and you have your high flyers and your late bloomers, personalized teaching is not something anybody who is a teacher can avoid or say, oh, there's not, all I know is everybody must write 1 to 100, even those who cannot even identify number 20. But AI gives you that opportunity to practice your personalized learning. Like, it will adapt to the pace, the style, the needs. Your visual learners are learning using using visuals, the kinesthetics, the auditory learners. So AI will adapt to whatever need your child is using, and it will adapt to the pace too. For those who take their time to write, those who are like, Miss Sandra, I'm done. I'm finished. I want another one. There's a case study in China, Squirrel AI. It actually adjusts lessons based on students' performance. See, I did a bit of research on this, on China and their use for AI, and forget it. I think they're in a whole different world entirely. Like, after AI has assessed a child, and it knows the child's performance, it knows the child's strength. In fact, the profiling is on another level. It will now decide, oh, this child needs to be given extra support, or we need to accelerate his or her own mode of learning. Struggling students, they get additional support. Advanced learners get accelerated content. That way, you don't need extra teachers. Thereby, oh, in one class, you have 7 teachers because Ade is writing 1 to 5. Amaka is writing 1 to 500. And Amaka, every 5 minutes, I'm done. You're running up and down for worksheets. So with this kind of the AI, you don't need to do so much. You just need to give the right prompts and everything, easy peasy. So now, the good thing, the takeaway is that AI breaks the one-size-fits-all model that most teachers practice, because sometimes once a teacher is overwhelmed, some of them might decide, today everybody must write 1 to 10, whether you like it or not. So it helps break that one-size-fits-all model, and it helps students succeed at their own level, especially for mixed ability classrooms. 2. Sorry. Let me take this off. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to remove. Okay. So, like I said earlier, teachers spend so much time doing their tasks, like on admin tasks, like lesson planning, data entry, marking of books. Before resumption, you're supposed to submit a minimum of 2 weeks lesson plan. You will write, you will research. Oh my goodness. You will figure it out to an extent that you will now be asking yourself, should there was holiday, or I'm not sure they should have even given us this holiday. We should have just, continued coming to school, because the magnitude of work you have to do especially Easter break, that is barely 1 week or 2 weeks max. The time you will waste on lesson plan, you'll be like, you know what? Just tell us that there's nothing happening here, and all of us will rest. But when you're using AI tools, Google's Notebook LM, it summarizes documents. Magic School AI generates lesson plans, Teachfx analyzes class. So a whole lot of things. So you can imagine the only thing, you're just sitting down here. In a space of 5 minutes, you've uploaded scripts, grades are here, feedbacks are there, everything, errors are just spotted. So that you will now realize that you have time to do any other thing. So the takeaway here is that AI gives back valuable time. The next one is inclusion and accessibility. AI supports different kinds of learners. Dyslexia, there's no need for you to sit down and be thinking, okay, how am I going to teach this my dyslexic student? How am I going to teach this my visually impaired student? We have a whole lot of them. Speechify, text-to-speech, screen readers like JAWS or Seeing AI. There's a whole lot. Microsoft Translator, you travel, just put whatever it is you're hearing and it will be translating it. For example, in a multilingual class like Nigeria, students use voice-to-text features to understand and respond in their local dialects, while AI translates into English for the teacher. So you see now there is this new trend of teachers going to China to teach English. This is exactly what it is. I don't need to learn how to speak Chinese first. But I know it's very important eventually. So the takeaway here is that AI creates inclusive classrooms regardless of ability or background. At least the most important thing is that every child has a seat at the learning table. Next is real-time feedback and smart assessments. AI can evaluate performance instantly. Back in school, you see all these, oh, we've written a test, lecturer. I'm sorry, the moment you're finishing the test, you're getting your results. All the CBT exams that are happening now, I don't even know. Nigeria, you still wait a while before JAM. Here in the UK, the moment you're done writing, it is bringing out the result. So within yourself, you know, oh, I have passed or I have failed. So it actually gives like feedbacks to provides actionable feedback, not just marks. Like it will tell you, oh, I think I advise you should do more on Ifeoma because I think she would understand better if you put up like a picture instead of just describing it for her. So we have some learning AI tutors. Kanji, is like a learning AI tutor that corrects mistakes immediately with explanations. Takeaway is this is a segment for learning, not just of learning. The next one is data-driven decisions. So AI would definitely help schools identify patterns, disengage students, common struggles for students like topics. I remember growing up, I didn't like math. My math teacher was something else. So maybe if we had AI then maybe my AI would have taught me better. But, you know, there are some topics that are quite, a struggle for some students. And you realize that if they had like extra help, if you are using AI, you will figure out that, oh, it makes it a whole lot easier for them to understand according to their learning style and their learning patterns. A whole lot of effective methods that AI will help you understand. AI will tell you, try A. And when you've tried A, it will give you the feedback that this A you're trying maybe is not good enough, try B. As long as there is a certain goal you need to achieve. For example, Century Tech in UK schools offer real-time insights. Yes, a school I work here, everything is tech-based. Your child leaves the classroom, you're with your the lesson plan. There are digitalized ones and there are physical ones. The children are allowed to take the physical ones, and you as a teacher, or you just put on your learning plan that, oh, Ifeoma left the class. Ifeoma's learning manager has seen where Ifeoma is. She's going to the toilet. The lady in charge of toilet has seen that Ifeoma is supposed to get there in like 2 minutes. You as a teacher, it is somewhere beeping. After 2 minutes, Ifeoma is not back in the class. Like everybody knows what is happening. It is like a spider web, like everything is connected thanks to tech and AI. Like, in fact, there's a whole lot going on in schools. So the good thing here is that teaching decisions are backed by data, like everything is data driven. Put it in and it gives you good results. So every good thing has some challenges anyways. Now, number one challenge of AI is digital divide and inequality. Yes, I am privy to this experience because of where I find myself. I cannot say this for a child going to Olomo Grammar School. I don't know if that exists, don't mind me. But if you figure out that not all students have access to devices, electricity, or internet, now that's data. Data is something else, like to recharge 2 minutes before you say hello on WhatsApp is exhausted. So imagine a child needs to learn digitally, or is supposed to use AI, and what if the parents can't afford that? It's now extremely expensive. So the reality is that rural learners, they are still on their slates or their handwriting, while urban learners have virtual tutors. So the call to action here is to push for equitable access to close this gap. We need to close that gap, that digital divide. We need to see, oh, Are there ways we can, solicit for funds, call on governmental bodies to create like ICT hubs, to equip teachers, to equip students? Even if a school has like a digital IP board, like a central point for internet and all, it makes it a whole lot easier than a child not even knowing what a laptop looks like. The next challenge, which for me is the major challenge, is over-reliance and academic dishonesty. See, a whole lot, not me. I decided to use May because yes, we still have some honest students, but a whole lot of students misuse AI. And maybe because I know how AI functions, if I see a work that is 100% AI, I can tell you. There are keywords, and because there is a pattern, you will figure it out. There are keywords AI will definitely use. If you see a CV that is done with AI, you will know. So that is why now most times you will see somebody just for the job of maybe a janitor. The CV, you'll be asking yourself, okay, wait, who am I even employing? Is it a janitor really, or maybe the CEO of KPMG or something? Because the way the AI will package this CV. And if you now tell most of these people, okay, please sit down and rewrite or prepare this CV for me, it becomes a problem. So most people misuse the AI. They just sit down like this and just AI, just do it back to back. I don't even have time, no time to stress myself. Now, in 2024, 49 students of a US university submission were AI written. You can imagine most of them couldn't explain what they wrote. So that is why most teachers, most professors, like while I was in school, whatever you write, you're coming to defend it. And you're not just defending it, you have to ensure that what you wrote, there is a way you can decipher, oh, this person wrote this thing. If you cram, you'll be found out. This person wrote this thing, and somebody who just, who just copied from somewhere and turned it in. Even if you read it, it won't feel like something you actually did, like loads of research, took your time to figure it out and prepare. So the takeaway here is, as teachers, we need to teach AI literacy, ethics, and responsible use. We have Turnitin, but that is still AI. But if you teach your students that there is dignity in labor, you need to learn to know, not just to pass. You can, oh yes, I can decide to give you 100 over 100, but of course you don't know that concept. So it makes it very important that, you should be able to embody what you've written. It is your work. Yes, AI should just help you, but not you just sitting down and you just put it in and bring it out. Yes, there is a fear, AI might replace teachers or make some redundant. The truth is, AI can never teach empathy. You as a teacher, you look at this child, this is what this child is going through. I can actually reach out to this child. I can actually talk to this child with my eyes. I can actually feel my soul, my spirit drawn to a particular child. AI cannot do that. So the reality is that emotional intelligence, the inspiration, the way you mentor your children, AI cannot do that. Yes, AI can simulate, but it is only a teacher that can form a soul. Yes, there are biases, misinformation, and privacy. Now, the risk is AI is as good as its data. Now, let me give you an example. If you tell I and someone else to write about a school, the chances that we will come up with the same thing, it is very slim. Why? Whatever my prompt is what AI will follow. Whatever her prompt is what AI will follow. If my prompt is well-coined, so that is still a skill you need to learn. You cannot just say, what is a school? It will just tell you whatever it is. I have once done a work with using AI. Like I said, I need you to write about this topic and make references to. Do you know that when I went to the internet or to to the internet and libraries to check for all the references AI gave me, none were existent. So imagine I had turned in that work without doing due diligence, without doing my own proper research. That is it. So it can give you misinformation sometimes. Some AI tools, they misinterpret dialect or local expressions. Aside from even local expression, even the English, the way you put in your prompt, it can misinterpret it, and that is it. Hallucinations, inventing fake facts confidently, like the way it wrote it, oh my goodness, I was like, oh wow, job well done, until I searched for one and I didn't see. That was when I knew that I was in for it. I had to sit down and do the work. So it can invent fake things, like I don't understand. So another thing is data misuse. Who owns students' data collected by AI tools? Yeah, I've already told, what's it called? ChatGPT about Ifoma, how she has this, how she has that. What happens to that data? I read somewhere that you have to be careful what you put on AI tools because it can be downloaded and used against you. Like if you commit a crime, because now AI is has become some people's husbands, boyfriends, friends. Or can you tell me what to do? They use it for every part of their lives. So it is not bad, but at the same time, know the kind of information you share because you don't know who collects those data and it might be used against you. Yeah, so as teachers, what can you do? Start small. Use tools like I like to embrace trends as long as it is not going to work adversely to me. Like I encourage teachers to embrace AI, like it is amazing. Start small, use tools like ChatGPT for lessons, use Canva for classroom posters. You see all those what's it called, instructional materials that before the term, if you're thinking of how to decorate your classroom, you want to faint, AI is here to make it easy. Teach AI literacy, cross-check AI generated information. Don't let your children see you like a layover. Okay. Understand that you need to cross-check these things. You need to teach that AI literacy. You need to understand AI limits. Yes, I heard the last speaker. I'm sorry, I've forgotten her name. Yes, she mentioned it too. If you use ChatGPT for a period of time to tell you it has reached its limit, so what if you still need to work? What happens? Even with the paid version. So it has limits. There are limits to what it can say. If you now decide to continue using it like that with the other version, that's when it will now start bringing all manners of jargons for you. So you need to understand that it has limits. Collaborate, form AI peer support groups in your school, share tips, best practices, and tools. Join AI communities. There are a whole lot of AI communities for teachers now. AI for Teachers, EduAid.ai, ISTEAI Explorations. There are a whole lot of them. You will learn a whole lot if you join such communities. Collaborate. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to air your views. Feel free to say, oh, these are my fears, these are the misgivings, these are my experiences, and it can only get better. So the closing thoughts are, number one, AI will never replace teachers, but teachers using AI will replace those who don't, because I'm sorry, quality over quantity. Embrace industry trends. So let's shape the future with AI and not see it as a threat. So the major takeaway is AI is transforming education and how we teach and learn. Embrace AI to stay relevant. Ensure access to digital tools. They are non-negotiable for AI adoption. Teach ethical AI as students still need to be guided. AI is a tool. Teachers remain the most powerful force. I think that is the end of my talk today. So Questions, comments, the floor is open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Former. That was thought-provoking. As you were talking, I was actually comparing, what we have here and what is obtainable from where you are. Okay, like she said, please, if we have questions or comments, please, the floor is open for all of us.
Okay. Yes, Oya Toye, please go on. Your hand was up. Please ask your question. Thank you. Thank
Good
you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm speaking from Nigeria here. The issue is fine. I am trying to be familiar with this AI, but somehow, in one way or the other, it looks difficult in my own area of specification. You understand, I'm a Yoruba tutor. I understand the fact that if I want to communicate with most of my students, I communicate with them in Yoruba and also translate to English in some situations. But the issue is, if I ask AI some question relating to Yoruba, it give me a wrong answer. Some questions, not everything I mean. So, and to use the tools for these AI tools with this modern technology, it's quite a bit difficult for me. So that's why I'm always in and out of how to gain more knowledge on how to use this AI, specifically on Yoruba aspect, on language aspect, because it's somehow a bit difficult for me. In fact, this program that I'm into now, I haven't heard of it before. I just saw it in a platform that they are learning how to use AI. In fact, I did not even go for that to say maybe I'm not in the group or not. Where is the location to the main group? I just joined and said, okay, I want to listen. I am here to learn. So that's just the fact. Please enlighten me more in the aspect of language. Please, I need help.
Okay, yes. I thank God Mrs. Norma is saying that she teaches Igbo with AI. Now, I want to ask you a question. What you're typing into AI, are you using the sounds or you're just typing it like English? Because in Igbo, there are, Mrs. Norma will understand what I'm saying. There are the phonemes, monotons, udaume, udaolu, like the dots and the
You are right. You are right. I also have the app on my phone here. Whenever I want to type in Yoruba, I don't type ordinarily to people in Yoruba. I use tone marks. Yoruba is a tonal language, so I use it whenever I want to chat or type to anyone. So that's just it. But
So
to AI,
which app are you using?
for the tone mark, I use then killing what's this the called sorry, I'm trying to remember the name.
Okay. What I would advise is you need to figure out what works for you. I have used a ton of them. It's just like, I think Gemini is the one in Facebook, and then there's ChatGPT. I cannot use Gemini for anything. There is Copilot. I don't like it. Do you understand? You need to figure out which works for you. I've used Khan, I've used Grammarly, I have used some that I can't even remember. There is Flick, a whole lot. And I now realize that some is more like some of them they have a specialization in this, because I can put the same prompt.
Okay, sorry, Microsoft Word key. Yes.
Microsoft what?
Word.
Okay. So now you need to figure out another one that works for you. Then if I can put the same prompt in 2 or 3 different AIs and you will see the difference. Another thing I want you to do is look for paid versions. It's just like ChatGPT. ChatGPT 5.0, which is a paid version, it is not the same as 4.0, the mini, which is a free version. So that is another thing. It's just an investment. That is my own personal experience. this is a tool you use. And since you're a tutor, if your school can invest, but before they make that investment, you need to make adequate research. You need to figure out the ones that will actually work for you. Maybe the generic ones won't work for language transcription. That's one thing you need to know. There are some that are majorly, yes. Using paid versions, they work best. Honestly, trust me. That is my ChatGPT Plus, forget it. I don't joke with it. But if you see the normal one, it doesn't really give you what you want. But another thing is check for AI tools that are specifically made for language transcription.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, that is basically, because if you're using one that is meant for, it's just like using Grammarly and I think I've forgotten a whole lot of them. If I have like an entire notebook of them. If you're using Grammarly, it gives like, for an essay, it will give you like maybe 15 lines and that's the end. There's another one that will give you over 100 lines on ending. So you now need to just figure out, just look for what exactly works. That's it. That's my advice for you.
Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you. I
welcome.
really
You're
appreciate your.
welcome.
Thank you, ma.
Any more questions? Let me see. Let's check the chat group. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Norma. And also you can build your own chat box. Yes. Mr. Isaac is already giving you a task. You can build your own chat box using the Yoruba language course material to train the model. Honestly, for me, all of us, we have the creativity within us. Don't be scared. Go for it. Create your own. Before you know it, maybe Ni Yoruba, don't buy. And at the end of the day, we have to subscribe and pay money. That is how it all begins. Yes. So, okay, we have Callista. Please go on.
Okay, good evening all. Thank you very much, Mrs. Norma. I really enjoyed your talk. Please, my question is on, I do use ChatGPT a lot. But there was a part where you said something about, is he using it to teach? Something like at the end, it's just, is it like using it to teach in the class with your students to teach them, or using it to generate activities personally on your own as a teacher, like class activities that would help you? There was a part like where you said you might have a child that person just finishes activities and like, I'm done, and the person wants you to give him or her more. Like that's kind of thing I face it, and you may not want to just when I say I face it, I don't teach primary school, I teach secondary biology. So let's assume now you are teaching. Some students are always, they are the ones that read, they really read ahead, and you are teaching a concept, they're already giving you instances where you've not even gone to that place, but if you know that for the child to mention this thing, this person has read. Why someone still struggling with what you said? And you don't want to just continue with, you will like, okay, don't worry, you're on the right track, but just hold on, we'll get to that place. Because you want to break down the concepts. Maybe you said something that some are still struggling to understand. And sometimes you might not want to also be the one speaking. You might also ask that person, okay, can you explain this thing? You also want to test the person's own, so you don't keep the person like she's good, she has read ahead, but you also want to. And the person is now an opportunity, she wants to explain, she's explaining. About 3 or 4 of them do that, and others are feeling like, oh, this one is always explaining, she's always. So I actually want to go with prompts that could, raise questions that would cover those ones that are already far, not like far, but they can easily understand because they read, and those that are still struggling. So when I generate this prompt, sometimes what I do is I will now copy it out and prepare it in a slide and project. But as if you said something about using it to teach, whereby you can just maybe have it in the class, generate the prompt, and you don't need to copy it out. And I don't know if you get my question.
I do.
So is it possible that I can do something like that with AI there and then in the class and it to work?
Well, you're teaching in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Yes. So Unfortunately, I don't know. Some schools have not gotten to that point. But what I said is what happens. Here in the UK, I can actually generate a prompt for. So the thing is, even before I get into the class, all my children are already profiled. So I know some that, oh, there's this tendency that, okay, the moment I go in, they will ask questions. So there are prompts that are just there piled up for Callista, because Callista is a high flyer. Then Ifeoma that takes her time, her own prompts are separate in as much as it is the same topic. So here it is just easy. Once you just click on that prompt, oh, as Callista is doing one, we have put in another prompt and is generating another one. If you want it printed out, it is bringing it out in the classroom and you're giving to her. So that way, she does not distract the class. But what I would advise you to do is prepare ahead. If you're teaching parts of the body, you can decide you're teaching Ifeoma head, shoulder, leg, and knee, because Ifeoma will take her time to learn. But if you're teaching Callista, then you need to print out her own worksheet where she has the jawbone, the lymphatic system, the clavicles, the hair, and all of that. So that way, Callista will take her time trying to figure out, oh yes, these are new, in as much as I know parts of the body, but it's not like I am concentrated on the organs, like the pancreas and whatever it is. So now you are the one who is going to do the work. You profile your children, you now categorize them, you now create prompts ready for them, or make worksheets ready for them. Or if you're using the IP board, you know that, okay, my slides are different. It's just for you to project for this level of children, excuse me, and that other level of children. But here it works. You just put in the prompts for any child you want. That is it. And in fact, they even do pull-out method. It is not every child that attends the same biology class. While I'm teaching using an IP board, I'm teaching those who are listening and the visual learners, those who need to touch the model of a heart are in the practical room doing that part. So it is like a system that works for everybody. Every child is carried along. It is still that same part of the body. But because I know that, oh, maybe Callista is already, yes, she's already done the part, because most of these children who maybe they have a bit of spectrum, autistic spectrum, some of them it's maybe math, some of them is biology. Imagine you have that kind of a child. That means no other child will learn. But using AI, there are prompts, there are physical rooms you can send that child to, and that child will not feel bored. And those that need to go to Bridge is basically where if you don't even, if there is a problem with concentration and all, or we can be telling you, we can be reading it out sentence by sentence to you. So do you understand? Like, it's just an inclusive situation whereby everybody is carried along. So like I said earlier, plan ahead, create your prompts yourself, know what you're keeping ahead for your high flyers and your late bloomers. That will help you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I have two questions now. So
Okay.
create those
So
prompts
sorry,
ahead.
before you ask your second question, I just want to say something. You know, from what she's saying now, you will imagine how UK setting is, which is not completely, obtainable in our country. Okay. So some schools actually, what they do, from what she said, it's you still. So at home, you have to already do all this your AI prompting. You must have classified your kids, as she said, at least three classification. You have your, let's say, ABC, or you're calling them gold, silver, and whatever, or colors. You know, but you are the one that knows why you have given them whatever you've given them. Do you get? Three of them is always advisable. So you have the high flyer, you have the average child, and then you have the one struggling, that that is the low achievers. So by the time you have done this, since you are talking about this prompting stuff, your AI, do everything at home. Prompt the AI for the activities you want that child to do. So it's possible, get the questions from that AI or print out the worksheets. So when you get to your classroom, depending on the setting of the classroom, you must have a place, I know that there's a school that practice this thing in Lekki. what I'm trying to explain. It's Buttercups, I think, and other schools too that are also good, in trying to achieve their British curriculum part of their school. So you have the high achievers, you have their maybe a carton, maybe a slide or whatever you can imagine you want to have. That's where their corner is. You have the middle achievers and the lower achievers. You place everything before the class is starting, okay? So you have done. Anybody that is finishing or whatever, you are calling the person, okay, John, go to the middle one or go to gold color, pick a what's it called, a worksheet there, okay, and the child picks and the child goes to, and maybe you are like, okay, try and read whatever it is, and that child is also, boom boom to the class, to the whatever, pick and back to the seat and do whatever instruction that has been done. I don't know if I helped to also buttress what Ifeoma has said.
Okay, yes, you did. Thank you very much. But one question I want to ask is, when you are, helping low flyers with this prompt or this worksheet and high flyers with this, when the low flyers have gotten that, and it's the same examination because it's the same class, so you are setting a question whereby that thing the high flyers have known, the low flyers they've not gotten there, but at least what you want them to know, they've known it. So do you have to also create time for them to know what the high flyers know, because they'll still have to write the same question?
No.
And then two, the app I can use to generate these things at home, because most of the times I do generate. Do you have any app like the one you use in your school there abroad? Because you said there's one you use in your school, you can generate for Ada and for Ali, something like that. Is there a name? I use ChatGPT, but is there a particular name I can use to prepare from home?
Okay, so unfortunately, what they use in my school is like a learning managed system. Like it's infused in their learning what's it called? Yes, their learning management system. Yes.
Yes.
It's not like it's an app that is out there. I think they created it. Just like
because I got this Canvas and the rest.
Exactly. So what I don't know about your school, but I know back then in Nigeria, my questions are not the same. Even though it is the same subject. I set questions according to what's it called, my learning buckets. The questions for my high flyers are different from that of the late bloomers and that of the average, because there is no way I would, because I thought parts of the body. There is 1 week. Let me assume it's 1 week. Okay, let me assume 2 days for one particular topic, and we're teaching parts of the body. And high flyers, I've taught them outer part of the body and the organs. And it took me 2 days to even achieve just outer part of the body for the late bloomers. That means we'll spend the entire week trying to learn. As long as I have achieved the curriculum, that is what matters. Curriculum says part of the body, head to toe. That is it. I have achieved that with both the high flyers and the late bloomers. The high flyers questions, I can decide to include a bit the jaw, the sphincter, and the rest. But that does not mean I am compelled or I am supposed to do that with the late bloomers. That means we'll move on. But
okay, but so what I was asking, WAEC now, this is biology I'm teaching, and let's say they get to SS3 WAEC, they're all going to write WAEC, both low and high flyers. So if I don't make them, know this level of question, even though it's not something the high flyers have known, the low flyers are still struggling, I set a different question. At the end of the day, it's WAEC and NECO. And they will first with questions that both high and low flyers are supposed to answer.
That's what that is what I'm saying. Your curriculum says you're teaching parts of the body. And let me give you an example. The curriculum says you're teaching parts of the body like head, eye, mouth, nose, knee, and legs. That is what your curriculum says. There is no way, JAMB is now going to bring in jaw and lymphatic system as long as it is not in that curriculum. Do you understand? It is just an addendum for the high flyers. It's not like this is just you going the extra mile for the high flyers. It's not like the late bloomers. Unless part of the curriculum, the lymphatic system and the organs are part of it, then you have to teach the late bloomers. But if not,
Bottom line is make sure you achieve what is standard, what is in the curriculum, what is in the lesson plan for both the high flyers and the late bloomers. So the extra you're teaching the high flyers is just an extra. It's just you going the extra mile. It's not like it is something you're compelled to. That's why you have math and further math. If I know algebra, 2x plus 2x, and I now decide to say 3x times 2x minus 5x. Meanwhile, what is in the curriculum is 2x plus 2x. It does not mean that there is any gap in knowledge. You have already covered what you're supposed to cover. You're just doing the extra.
Okay, more like keeping their curiosity alert for the high flyers. Okay,
Exactly.
I get it.
Even
All right.
if your late bloomers now decide that, oh, I want to learn, it could be homework, it could be take home. It's not something you have to sit down and start, or you could just give that worksheet. Okay, so this is it, 5 minutes extra after school. Go home, look at it, do your research, come back and we talk about it. So you don't really need to necessarily, do it like a topic in class again.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand.
You're welcome. Any other question? Okay, I think that will be all for now. Yes, I don't have any other question even in the chat box. So, Mrs. Vivian, over to you. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. In the absence of no other question, I want to actually thank everybody, all the presenters today, all our speakers today. I really appreciate everyone, even our audience who came in to the Zoom room. I also appreciate the ones that are on social media trying to watch. We are very, very grateful. This platform, honestly, we are very grateful that we started and we are not stopping. However, I would like to remind all of us present here today that this year's conference will be finishing up tomorrow. So please find time to join us. Especially I'll be talking tomorrow. You don't want to miss it in any way. Please don't miss it. I'll be here by 6 p.m. Nigerian time. Do not miss it. Thank you once again, all our presenters. And in a special way, I'm thanking my mentor and also once my supervisor for being part of this. She saw it and she was like, yes, Vivian, I need to speak in this. I need to be part of this. And honestly, it encourages us, for people to volunteer. Let us, join voices together. Let us keep pushing to make our own educational system also a standard. In the mighty name of Jesus, we are pushing this. Amen. Thank you, everyone. Let's call it a day.
Please, ma, before we go, I'm sorry, before we go, please, I don't have tomorrow's link. Like I said, I just view it in the group and just join. I am not in a platform or anything whereby I can reach out with you people again.
Which group was that?
Someone posted it. The person forwarded it. I don't think the person is ESF, but the person forwarded it to the group. But just let me check the name of the group where I saw it. Teachers. Teachers inspires teachers.
Are you kidding me? So our name has gone there. I thought you would have said Tutors Hub. All right. Maybe you should just take my number, then I will add you to the group, our WhatsApp group.
Okay,
is that
ma.
okay?
Yes, ma. Thank you very much, ma.
Okay, so 080386050.
I think you should put it in the chat in case other people would want to save it too.
Okay, I'll do just that. Okay, let me drop it on our chat. On the chat room. Why is it not going? Oh shit. I don't know why it's not going through.
Okay, call the number. Let me type it. 080
38 60 5050.
5050. 08038605050.
Yes.
Yes, I've sent it.
All right, thanks. So just hint me up. I'll add you to the group, okay?
Okay, ma. Thank you very much, ma.
You're welcome. All right, thank you, everyone.
Everyone, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Ma, bye-bye, ma.